fat.
So let us honor the soil below, where life began, where life will go. For in its depth the future lies, in every seed beneath the sky. A poem by Ebert J. Bodis with the title of The Soil of an Agriculture, 1812.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to present to you the opening performance of a traditional dancing in Indonesia with the title of Tari Gambyong.
Gambyong pada Anom is a traditional dance from Central Java, Indonesia, particularly from Surakarta. Performed by women, this dance is known for its smooth and graceful movement that flow in harmony with the traditional Javanese gamelan music.
They are connected to agricultural rituals. This Tari Gambyong is a formal dancing often at cultural events like weddings and also some festivals.
The dancer wore traditional Javanese attire, including kain batik, which add the elegance of the performance.
This dancing has a symbols of Javanese grace and culture, showcasing the beauty of Indonesia and the traditional movement and its music of the ethnic. Please give round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our expenses.
Your Excellency, the Vice Rector of Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta, Indonesia, Mr. Profesor Irwan Trinugroho, SE MSc PhD,
The Honorable, the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta, Indonesia, Professor Dr. Engineering, Samanhudi SP MSI, IPM, Asian Engineering, APEC Engineering,
Your Excellency, the Head of the Soil Science Department, Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta, Dr. Heri Widianto, SPMB,
Our Excellency, the Secretary General of Indonesian Society of Soil Science, Mrs. Diah Retno Panuju, PhD,
Our Excellency, the Chief Editor of Science Tanah Journal, Professor Dr. Agricultural Science, Engineering Vita Ratri Cahyani, MP,
The Excellency, the Chairman of ICOSATA 2024, the Organizing Committee, Mr. Dwi Priyo Arianto, SP, MSI, PhD,
the Honorable Keynote Speaker and guests from Japan, Malaysia, and Australia, Professor Dr. Tomoyuki Makino,
Professor Dr. Susilawati Binti Kasim,
Professor Dr. Muhammad Kamal Udin,
Professor Dr. Budiman Minasni,
and to all the committee members and participants in Second International Conference of Soil Science 2024.
So, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, we have to thank God for God's presence and His grace, also His blessing, so that we can meet together in this place at Emerald Bathroom, Paragon Hotels in Surakarta City, Central Java, Indonesia.
Before we start this event, we would like to invite you to rise and sing Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. So please, ladies and gentlemen, you may to stand up now. Ladies and gentlemen, please sit again. Thank you. The International Conference of Soil Science, ICOSATA, is organized by the Science Tanah Journal under the Soil Science Department, Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta, Indonesia. The purpose of ICOSATA is to enhance the international visibility of the Science Tanah Journal.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Science Tanah began its journey in 2001 and has navigated various challenges to achieve continuous growth as a journal. In 2023, the journal has reached significant milestone by being indexing Scopus, Web of Science, DOAG, Asian Citation Index or ACI, and also Arjuna or Sinta. This accomplishment reflects the dedication of the editorial team and also the contribution of the authors in establishing Science Tanah as a leading journal in soil science, both regionally and internationally.
The 2024 ICOSATA themed the role of soil in addressing global environmental crisis and achieving sustainable agriculture, marked the second edition of this conference. It will take place from August 28 to 30, 2024 at the Paragon Hotel, concluding with a field trip to the Sangiran Early Man Site and Dayu Museum. This event is made possible through the honorable support of our sponsors, April, ACCI, and Himpo Indonesia.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor as the Master of Ceremony to introduce ourselves. I am Muhammad Rizky Ramadan, and alongside
Sofi Rindi Nurhutami,
we will guide you through this international seminar event.
before we proceed to the next agenda, we would like to convey our gratitude toward our partners. This conference is organized and powered by Science Tanah Journal from Soil Science Department WNS, and it's supported by
The Ministry of Education and Culture, Republic of Indonesia, the Directorate General of Higher Education, Research and Technology of the Ministry of Education of Culture of Republic of Indonesia,
Food and Agricultural Organization, International Union of Soil Science,
University Putra Malaysia, Malaysia, Indonesian Society of Soil Science or HITI, the ICFSA or International Collaboration for Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture.
This conference is also supported by April, ACCI, and Himpo Indonesia.
So, ladies and gentlemen, moving to the next agenda, we will have a welcoming speech. The first speech will be delivered by the chairman of the ICOSATA 2024, the organizing committee, Mr. Dwi Priyo Arianto, SP, MSc, PhD. For Mr. Dwi Priyo Arianto, SP, MSc, PhD, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. Distinguished guests, the Rector of Universitas 11 Maret, represented by Vice Rector for Planning, Cooperation, Internationalization and Information, Professor Irwan Trinugroho, the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas 11 Maret, Professor Samanudi, the head of the Soil Science Study Program, Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas 11 Maret, and as Secretary General of the Association of Soil Science Study Program in Indonesia, or APSITI, Dr. Heri Widianto, the Chairperson of the Indonesian Soil Science Society, or HITI, represented by the Secretary General, Dr. Diah Retnawapanuju, the Chief Editor of the Soil Science Journal, Professor Vita Ratri Cahyani, our esteemed keynote speaker, Professor Susilowati from the International Corporation of Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture and UTM Malaysia, Professor Kamaluddin and Dr. Hajib Tushar from UTM Malaysia, Professor Budi Minasti from Sydney, Australia, Professor Tomoyuki Makino from Japan, the Land Management Officer of FAO for Asian Pacific Regional, Dr. Lucrecia Cannon, joining us online, and honored guests and participants of the second ICOSATA. Praise be to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, to His blessing and grace, we are able to gather here today to hold the second International Conference of Soil Science, or ICOSATA, under the theme, The Role of Soil in Overcoming the Global Environmental Crisis and Realizing Sustainable Agriculture. This conference, which takes place from August 28 to 30, 2024, at Paragon Hotel Surakarta, is being held in a hybrid format, combining both in-person and online participants. The theme of this conference is highly relevant to the current global challenge, where the soil plays a critical role in ecosystem, particularly in addressing climate change, land degradation, and food security. It is my hope that this conference will significantly contribute to the development of strength and solutions to address these pressing issues. On this occasion, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the Indonesian Soil Science Society, or HITI, the Association of Soil Society Study Program in Indonesia, or APSITI, and the International Corporation on Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture, or ICFSA, for their full support in organizing this second ICOSATA. A special thanks goes to the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, Technology, and Higher Education, or Kemendikbud, for their financial support through the DRPM BIMA, as well as our generous sponsor, April Group, the Association of Organic Fertilizer Producer, or IMPO, and the Indonesian Crop Care Association. I wish you all a productive and insightful conference. May we all take advantage of this opportunity to share knowledge, experience, and strengthen collaboration for the advantage of soil science and sustainable agriculture. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Dwi Priorianto, SPMHG PhD, for your speech. Next, we would like to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas 11 Maret Indonesia, Professor Dr. Engineering Samanhudi, SPMSI, APM, ASEAN Engineering, APIC Engineering, to give his opening speech.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and warm greeting to all of us. The Honorable Rector of Universitas 11 Maret, Professor Hartono, in this event, represented by the Vice Rector for Planning, Cooperation, Internationalization and Information, Professor Irwan Trinigroho, the Head of Science Department, Universitas 11 Maret, Dr. Heri Widijanto, the President of the Indonesian Society of Soil Science, Dr. Husnain, in this event represented by Dr. Diah Retno Panuju, Secretary General of ITI, the Chief Editor of Science Tanah Journal, Professor Vita Ratri Cahyani, the Chairman of the second ICOSATA 2024 Organizing Committee, Dr. Dwi Priyo Arianto, our distinguished guest speakers from Japan, Malaysia, Australia, Profesor Tomoyuki Makino, Profesor Susilawati binti Kasim, Profesor Kamaludin, and Profesor Budiman Minasni. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, good morning and welcome to the International Conference on Science Tanah 2024. As the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, it is both an honor and a pleasure to address you today at this prestigious event. This conference stands as a testament to our collective commitment and advancing the science of soil and often underestimates yet vitally important component of our global ecosystem. Soil is much more than just this beneath our feet. It is the foundation of our agricultural system, the resource of our food, and a crucial player in climate regulation and biodiversity. Over the next few days, we will delve into a range of topics that highlight the integral role of soil science in addressing some of the most pressing challenges facing our world today. From sustainable agricultural practices and soil conservation to innovative research in soil health and fertility, our discussion will reflect the depth and breadth of this vital field. This conference has brought together experts, researchers, practitioners, and policymakers from around the globe, treating in rich tapestry of knowledge and experience. Your presence here signifies a shared dedication to not only understanding soil better, but also applying this knowledge in ways that promotes environmental stewardship and food security. As we embark on this journey of exploration and collaboration, I encourage each and of you to engage fully in the session, share your insights, and forge new connection. It is through such exchanges that we will uncover new solutions, inspire groundbreaking research, and ultimately make a meaningful impact. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to our keynote speakers, panelists, and session organizers for their contribution. Your expertise and commitment are what makes this conference a beacon of progress in the field of soil science. In closing, I hope you find this conference both intellectually stimulating and professionally rewarding. Together, let us sow the seed of knowledge that will grow into innovation and practices benefiting our global community. We ask to the Vice Rector for Planning, Cooperation, Information, Internationalization, and Information, Professor Irwan Trinugroho, to give a speech and officially open this event. Thank you, and I wish you a successful and inspiring conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Professor Samanhudi, for your speech. Proceeding next, ladies and gentlemen, we will have the opening session of this conference. We would like to invite the Vice Rector of the Universitas 11 Maret Surakarta, Indonesia, Professor Irwan Trinugroho, SI, MSc, PhD, to give his opening speech and also to open this ICOSATA conference. For Mr. Professor Irwan, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. So, Honorable the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Samanhudi, and then the head of the Soil Science programs of the Faculty of Agriculture, Dr. Heri Wijianto, and the chairperson of the Indonesian Soil Science Society, Ibu Dr. Diharno Panuju, the editor-in-chief of Soil Science Journal, Profita Ratri Cahyani, and all the keynote speakers coming to this conference, Professor Susilawati from the International Collaboration of Food Security and Agriculture Sustainability, and then Professor Kamaluddin and Dr. Habib Tussar from University Technology Malaysia, Professor Budiman Minastri from Sydney, Australia, Professor Tomoyuki Makino from Japan, and Dr. Lustria Keon from the Land Management Officer of FAO for Asia and the Pacific. So first of all, on behalf of the university, so it is a great pleasure to welcome you to the second international conference of Science Tanah. So Science Tanah means soil science, so this is the local, so don't be confused with this Science Tanah, especially for those coming from the overseas. So Science Tanah means that the soil science. Okay. So this conference is organized by the Faculty of Agriculture of the Universitas 11 Maret, abbreviated as UNS. So, but I don't want to go detail to explain why Universitas 11 Maret abbreviated as UNS. So it takes too credit to explain, so I don't want to go detail. Okay. And then our apologies because the rector, he wished to come to this conference, to open this conference, but unfortunately due to the conflicting agenda, so he sent his warm regard to all the participants of the conference. And the university thanks the organizer and the sponsor for making this conference successful until now. And especially for those from the overseas, so welcome to the Solo City. Solo City is the hometown of the President of the Republic Indonesia, Mr. Joko Widodo. So if in the local, people say that Jakarta is ibu kota, and Solo is the ibu kotanya ibu, the city of the mothers, because the president is coming from the Solo, the city. He was the mayor of the city for a couple of years ago in 2005 until 2010, and then become the governor of the Jakarta, and then after that become the president of the republic. The topics in this conference is I think in line with the with the vision and mission of the university. So UNS has been committed to contribute to the achievement of these sustainable development goals, not only at the national level, but also at the global level, because we are fully aware that contribution of the university should be wider in the, a larger spectrum or something like that. So we are very happy that some presenters are coming from overseas and so on and so forth. And we also, thanks to the editorial board and the contributor of the Science Tanah. This is a journal. The journal name is Science Tanah, correct? Yeah? Okay. The journal has been indexed in Scopus, as mentioned by the Master of Ceremony, and also recently has been included in the Emerging Science Citation Index. So give applause to the editorial board and the contributor of the journal for making the journal at that level now. And we do hope that there are a number of good papers to be presented in this conference and leading to the publication, not only in the Science Tanah, but also in the reputable journals in this particular field. And we also expect that there are some policy recommendations to be provided from the relevant stakeholder coming from this conference. And I think without taking so much time as requested by the committee, so let us officially open this conference by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So in concluding, I wish you of a very fruitful discussion, and again, thank you so much for participating in this conference. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Irwan Trinugroho, SEMH GPH3, for the opening ceremony.
Following that, ladies and gentlemen, it means that the second International Conference of Soil Science ICOSATA 2024 is officially open.
Ladies and gentlemen, next we will have the session 1 with a topic of soil and water conservation, our history and future challenges, which will be the presentation from Ms. Dia Rattopanuju, PhD, as the Secretary General of HITI, Indonesian Society of Soil Science. Ms. Dia Rattopanuju from Department of Soil Science and Land Resources, Division of Agricultural Development Planning, Faculty of Agriculture, Bogor Agricultural Institute. She has work experiences. For the first is International Secretary of Photogrammetry and Remote Sensing.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before moving to the next agenda, we will have the photo session. The photo session, it would like delivered by the Vice Rector of the Universitas 11 Maret.
Also, Ms. Dwi Priyo Arianto.
Also, we would like to invite the Editor-in-Chief of the Science Tanah Journal, Mrs. Professor Vita Ratri Cahyani.
And also we have Professor Samanhudi, SPMS, IPMS and Engineering. And we have
And also we invite to the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Dr. Mujio SPMP, and also Professor Suntoro. Please give round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Please stay for a while, and we would like to invite our guest and keynote speaker for the first is
To all the keynote speaker, please, you are inviting to move forward to have the photo session. Once again, to all the keynote
to
speakers
all
and
the
guests,
speaker and guests. Please have a pictures together.
we will have a photo session as a sign of the opening ceremony of this ICOSATA conference. Please give round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and we would like to say our gratitude. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
For all the speaker and guests, we would like to have a picture together with all the participants. Would you please to stay in front of
We
the
would like to
stage?
invite the all guests, the all
Please.
speakers, ladies and gentlemen,
Please, all of the participants and all the committee would
to have a photo
have a
session.
photo session together.
Please come forward. All ladies and
All
gentlemen,
ladies and
to have a photo
gentlemen,
session once more. Please, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask you to move forward to the podium to have a photo session.
please have
Thank
a
you.
photo session
To all professor
for
and lecturer,
all the invited
please
speakers,
remain forward. We will have a photo session as the
participants.
sign opening of the ceremony.
Yes. Please, all the guests, all the participants, come forward to have a pictures together.
Kami mohon kepada Bapak Ibu untuk menempatkan diri di podium dan menempatkan diri ada yang di atas podium dan ada yang di bawah. So we would like to remain to all the guests to divide the line into two lines, upside the podium and offside the podium. Kami mohon untuk Bapak Ibu
Please
duduk
take your position and we will have a good photograph. Again, thank you so much for your participant. Okay, thank you. Please have a seat.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to move to the next agenda, which is the first plenary session.
This session, with the theme of soil and water conservation, our history and future challenges, which will be the presentation from Ms. Diah Retno Panuju PhD as the General Secretary of HITI, Indonesian Society of Soil Science. Ms. Diah Retno Panuju has a lot of work experiences, which some of them are International Society of Photogrammetry and Remote Sensing as expert staff in 2015, the Secretary of HITA Komda Bogor, Jakarta 2021, and then the last is Secretary General of Central HITA 2024. And she has a lot of publication journal, and a lot of books.
Next slide, please. So please welcome the General Secretary of Indonesian Society of Soil Science, Mrs. Diah Retno Panuju, PhD. So for Mrs. Diah Retno Panuju, PhD, the time is yours. Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to our first keynote speaker. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Excellency Vice Rector, which is just left, and the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, honorable distinguished guests from various countries, including Japan, Australia, Malaysia, Professor Kamaluddin, Professor Tomoyuki Makino, Professor Budiman Minasni, Professor Susilawati. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to attend this important event. I would like to send an apology from the President of Indonesian Soil Science Society, Ibu Husnin, for not being able to attending this event. On behalf of HITI, the Indonesian Soil Science Society, and to represent our President, please let me present a topic on the effects of climate change on food security. This talk will be divided into 4 parts, started with introduction to illustrate global and national food condition. Secondly, discussing the agriculture and climate change challenge. And the third, we would like to describe the updated target of reducing carbon emission and economic value of carbon. And last, is related to the role of soil science and its society on food security, the benefits of mitigation and climate change adaptation. Let me start with the introduction on current food issues worldwide. FAO reported that about 59 countries facing famine. Meanwhile, the Economist reported a global silent tsunami, where almost 970 million people are starving worldwide. Moreover, Global Health stated that Indonesia facing a food crisis, where about 7 until 16% of the population vulnerable to hunger. The food crisis may trigger social and political conflict, uprising, due to increasing price of staple food, like what happens in Indonesia in case of rice. The data of Indonesian Ministry of Agriculture illustrates the fluctuated pattern of rice production and consumption within this year, showing that there are a few months where deficit is faced, urging the government to import. Another data from Statistical Agency of Indonesia describes a significant decreases of production area, particularly rice, which dropped about 36% in the last year compared to the condition 5 years ago. Climate change has significantly diverted the seasons. From an analysis conducted by the Ministry of Agriculture, the last El Nino event in 2023 has substantial effects on the and continues to this year's. Climate change has triggered Indonesian Climate Agency to release a drought warning in 2024. The warning stated that as many as 19% of zones have entered dry season. Moreover, most of Java, Bali, and Nusa Tenggara will soon enter dry season in the next 3 decades. Drought will dominate Indonesian region up to the end of September. In 2012, the presidential decree was released to order related ministers taking necessary steps according to their duties, functions, and authorities to secure national grain or rice production, as well as anticipate and respond quickly to extreme climate conditions. The Ministry of Agriculture should take a role related to anticipate the circumstances from analyzing data, preparing adaptation on food production due to extreme weather conditions, including water management, handling pests, floods, and droughts, distributing aids to farmers, such as seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, or machineries, as well as strategy to diverse consumption and food reserve. There are a few issues related to food in Indonesia. The first issue is related to food energy crisis, which are triggered by population growth, resources degradation, and climate change. Indonesia's population approximately grow 1.17%. Comparing production and consumption in 2022, rice was counted deficit at about 2 million tons. Meanwhile, land conversion rate is about 6,500 hectares per year. Therefore, the burden of increasing production is getting heavier, and we cannot solely rely on agriculture become the victim of climate change, being source of emissions, but at the same time have an opportunity to contribute to sequestrating carbon on reducing emissions. Climate change has continuously worsened throughout the year, where the global average of combined land and ocean surface temperature have significantly
Sebentar, adik saya masih
Agricultural activities are also considered a source of greenhouse gas emission. Increasing nitrous oxide is attributed to agricultural land management and livestock manure. Methane is generated from paddy rice cultivation, livestock enteric fermentation, livestock manure, and burning plant-based biomass. Carbon dioxide is also yielded from urea fertilization and the use of lime as fertilization. 6% of greenhouse gas emissions are generated by the agricultural sector. The highest generated greenhouse gas is methane, followed by nitrous oxide and carbon dioxide. The total emission has increased by about 9% from 2000. Most of these emissions are generated from agricultural land, whilst 23% are generated from farm. By looking at Indonesia's NDC in 2022, we can see that agriculture has the second lowest greenhouse gas growth. Despite all that, there is still a need to reduce the emission to adhere the commitment made in COP26 in Glasgow. By 2030, the agricultural sector aims to lower its emission to 10 million tons of carbon dioxide. According to 2022 Agricultural Sector Emission Inventory and Mitigation Achievement Report, greenhouse gases were lowered to 15.6 million tons of carbon dioxide. The biggest reduction comes from sequestration on annual fruit trees. With the current climate situation, a triple win would be increased productivity without jeopardizing natural resources, increasing adaptation by reducing vulnerability to extreme climate events, diseases, and pests, and reducing emissions by avoiding deforestation to counter increasing population as well as increasing plant and soil carbon sequestration. There are several challenges in mitigating climate change. Some that I would like to highlight is the lack of data, MRFCs that require further development, and uncertainty assessment for inventory and mitigation calculation. Indonesian Soil Science Society or HITI alongside the government can also contribute efforts to anticipate climate change for food security by strengthening and reinforcing regulation, fortify scientific basis and climate change courses, familiarize and disseminate information and introduce more actionable suggestions to reduce carbon emission. In hindsight, climate change threatens life. In this instance, food security is also a priority on top reducing greenhouse gas emission. Adapting and mitigating climate change is the best option for agricultural sector. Mitigation, reduction, adaptation requires cooperation from all parties. Soil scientists and practitioners can come up with solutions and educate the community instead of intimidating the community. HITI, or Indonesian Soil Science Society, as a group, can contribute to creating comprehensive education on climate change and provide solutions to maintain food resilience. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We would like to ask Mrs. Dia Retno Panuju, PhD, to remain on stage because we will have a token of gratitude.
We would like to invite Professor Mujio and then Mr. Dwi Priyo Arianto, Professor Vita Ratri Cahyani, and Professor and Dr. Harry, would you please to come forward?
Once again, we would like to invite Mr. Dwi Priyo Arianto, PhD, as the chairman of ICOSATA, and Mrs. Professor Vita Ratri Cahyani as the chief editor of Sains Tanah. Also, we would like to invite Mr. Professor Mujio, SPMP, as the vice dean of Faculty of Agriculture. And also, we would like to invite Dr. Harry Widianto, as a head of Soil Science Department, Faculty of Agriculture, UNS, to having a token of gratitude. Please give round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to the wonderful and the insightful session from Mrs. Tia Retno Panuju, PhD, as a representative from HITI.
Thank you. We will be the next presentation from Mr. Eduardo A.C. Constantini as a representative from the International Union of Soil Science.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the Mrs. Eduardo A.C. Constantini is an associated researcher at the CNR IBI Biology, Agriculture and Food Science Department of the National Research Council in Sesto Fiorentino, Italy.
He is the president of the International Union of the Soil Science, IUSS, and has previously held key positions including president of the IUSS Biopedology Commission. He is also the secretary of the Union of the European Society for Soil Conservation, the president of FEE Commission on Genesis, Classification and Cartography of Soils, the member of the scientific committees of the Italian Society of Soil Science, and he also include into the Italian Society of Pedology.
So, ladies and gentlemen, he also is a director at the Council of Agricultural Research and Economic, CRIA, in Florence and Modena. And also he has the H index of 38 and an I-10 index of Scopus. He also has 268 cite in scientific papers, book chapters, accumulating 4,270 citation on Google Scholar profile. So without any further, ladies and gentlemen, we will have the online presentation from Mr. Eduardo A.C. Constantini as a representative from the International Union of Soil Science.
Mr. Eduardo A.C. Constantini, the time is yours.
Dear colleagues of the Indonesian Soil Science Societies and participants at the second International Conference of Science TANA. It is really a great pleasure and honor to be with you today, although remotely, and convey the greetings of the International Union of Soil Sciences. The speech that I'm going to give you today, it is about the IOSS offer of soil science networking and international collaboration. You will see how many possibilities are given by joining the IOSS. As you probably know, this year is the centennial of the IOSS. That means that the IOSS was established in 1924. In that year, the name was International Society of Soil Science, and the establishment occurred during the 4th International Conference of Pedology in Rome on May 19, 1924, in the International Agricultural Institute housed in Villa Lubin. One of the main aims of the IOSS has always been the organization of the World Congress of Soil Sciences, starting from the first one after the establishment, which was held in United States, Washington, D.C., in 1927. We have organized already 22 congresses. The last one was in Glasgow, Scotland, in 2022, and the next one is going to be in Nanjing, in China, in 2026. This year, in autumn, we are going to have the Inter-Congress meeting, always in Nanjing, and you are all invited to participate to the Inter-Congress of Nanjing. You can find all the reference in the web and also through our IOSS website. Beside the World Congress of Soil Sciences, it is worthy to mention the first Congress, or the Congress of Rome, where the IUSS was established, and the Centennial Congress, which was held in Italy this May 2024 in Florence. The participation to the Centennial was very large, involving about 1,500 colleagues from all over the world, from the different continents, and belonging to almost all member countries. The success was also in terms of sessions and in terms of collaboration, which were prosecuted or initiated by the participant in the occasion of the centennial. Different projects were also shown, and also some other institutions, like for instance the Global Soil Partnership or the FAO, held the meeting. During the first 100 years of life, the IOSS developed a lot. The main steps were the following. In 1924, a Secretary General was elected and the President from the hosting country of the next World Congress of Soil Sciences. In 1998, new status and name were declared at the 16th Congress in Montpellier, France, decoupling the position of the President from the organization of the World Congress of Soil Science. Now, the IOSS has an elected President who serves for 6 years, 2 years as President-elect, 2 years as President, and 2 years as past President, and the Vice President for the World Congress of Soil Sciences. The IOSS continued to have a Secretary General and a Deputy Secretary General until 2014. From 2015 to 2022, the IOSS had a permanent secretariat based in Vienna, but since 2023, the secretariat is based in Rome. The scientific duties have been taken over by the presidential committees, where the administrative duties are handled by the Secretariat. In 1924, there were 6 commissions: soil physics, soil chemistry, soil biology, nomenclature and classification of soils, soil cartography, and plant physiology related to pedology. It is important to remind that the IOSS is a non-governmental organization and non-profit officially registered in the USA. It is a free and autonomous organization, financed primarily by member contribution, so without any bias, neither from states nor from industries. The IOSS provides a collaborative space for people belonging to the IOSS. It promotes and acknowledges excellence, stimulates communication and dissemination, and the definition of policies, fosters international cooperation, and delivers small financial support to specific initiatives and projects. The IOSS is based on 2 pillars. It is a union of national societies or academies, the full members, and it is an organization of soil scientists, the individual members. The IOSS has the largest mobilizing capacity through its full and individual members. Actually, the IOSS has about 18 national soil science societies or academia as full members, and an estimated number of individual members through the national soil science societies of 50,000. The IOSS holds a relationship with 8 regional societies all over the world, among them also the East and Southeast Asia Federation of Soil Science Societies. The governance of the IOSS is made by the Council, where all the full members are represented, the Executive and President's Committees, and the Secretariat. The science pillar is made of 4 divisions, 21 commissions, 70 working groups, and the forum. As you know, probably we have Division 1, Soils in Space and Time, where there are 6 commissions: soil morphology and micromorphology, soil geography, soil genesis, soil classification, pedometrics, and paleopedology. Division 2, soil properties and processes, with the commission on soil physics, soil chemistry, soil biology, soil mineralogy, soil chemical, physical, and interfacial reaction. Then we have Division 3, Soil Use and Management, with 7 commissions on soil evaluation and land use planning, soil and water conservation, soil fertility and plant nutrition, soil engineer and technology, soil degradation control, remediation and reclamation, salt affected soils, soil for urban, industrial, traffic, mining, and military areas, treatment, which is the youngest commission. And finally, Division 4, the role of soils in sustaining society and environment, with 5 commissions: soils and environment, soil, food security and human health, soil and land use change, soil education and public awareness, history, philosophy, and sociology of soil science. Last but not least, we have the working groups, which are structured more dynamic than commission. And in Division 1, we have a working group on cryosol, digital soil mapping, digital soil morphometrics, global soil map, proximal soil sensing, soil information standards, soil monitoring, universal soil classification, and world reference base. And then within Division 2, we have the working groups on hydropedology and the International Soil Modeling Consortium, while in Division 3, we have the working groups on acid sulfate soils, forest soils, and paddy soils. And in Division 4, we have 2 working groups, one on cultural patterns of soil understanding, and the youngest working group related to young and early career scientists. This means that everyone who has a specific interest can either join an existing working group or create a new working group together with other colleagues who are interested in a specific topic which is not yet covered by the different structure. Of course, besides joining a working group, someone can also join a commission and a division. And it is not mandatory to be part of a working group. Someone can be only interested in a commission or even in a division. And we are going to facilitate the internal communication through implementing our website with specific tools related to the specific interest of everybody in terms of scientific organization. This big organization provides for several outputs. Traditionally, the most important one are the World Congress of Soil Sciences every 4 years, plus the Inter-Congress. And then we have a special congress like that of the Centennial in Forest with about 1,500 participants in person. Every year we have about 40 scientific events organized by the division, commission, and working groups, and over 2,000 events organized for the World Soil Day on the 5th of December in collaboration with the FAO. Then we have 2 bulletins and 12 newsletters called alerts with 3,126 email contacts which receive the bulletin and the alerts. And then we publish 1-2 books on average, also open source. Then we have awards and prizes. We have prizes delivered by the IUSS for basic and applied research, the Dokuchaev Award and the Von Liebig Award, and then the Jeju Award for young and mid-career soil scientists, the IUSS Distinguished Service Medal for world soil leaders who have translated soil science into action, and then the recently approved M. Maria Antoine Teuber Award for early career soil scientists who made exemplary research and dissemination. Other two prizes are coming for communication and innovation. Finally, we have other 11 awards and prizes given by division, commissions, working groups, acknowledging excellence within the specific field of interest. Then we have the election of honorary members every 4 years, and the promotion of individual members by other scientific organizations, such as the International Science Council. Last but not least, we have the Stimulus Fund for activities and projects and the IOSS website and social, with, for instance, Facebook with more than 15,000 followers. As I told you, the IOSS publishes some books, and many of them are open source. That means that they can be downloaded for free from our website. In our website currently there are the proceedings of the first Congress in Rome, where the IOSS was established, and also this book, IOSS 1924-2024, which is a collection of the histories of the national soil societies. And all the societies are put there, but some of them didn't give their contribution. So we have opened another term for submission of contributes, and this will complete the volume that will be republished by the next World Congress of Soil Science. So I invite you, especially the Indonesia Soil Science Society, to provide their contribution. You have to write to the IOSS Secretariat. And then there is the book of the proceedings for 2024, which is in construction, and you will find it also on the website soon. Another great possibility for collaboration is given by the stimulus funds of the IOSS. These are a small amount of money, usually around $2,000 to $2,500, given to people from the IOSS who submit some proposal. They must be related to the IOSS, of course, and possibly to some division, commission, working groups, and supported by the National Soil Science Society. Just to have a look of the different subjects, I have shown here some example from the Cuban Soil Museum, Soil Voices in United Kingdom, Suelofono from Mexico, and the 4th International Conference of Young Scientists in Poland, and the online resource to promote the concept and practice of digital soil mineralogy Scotland, and then the micro soil workshop in France, the 6th International Soil Classification Congress in Mexico. Other examples for the year 2022 are the following: the soil judging competition in Glasgow, the 4th Conference of Ecology of Microorganisms in Prague, the 3rd Conference of Global Soil Biodiversity in Ireland, the 3-day workshop in India, the soil mapping for sustainable future in Orléans, France, and the 15th International Conference of the East and Southeast Asia Federation of Soil Science Societies in Malaysia. In the year 2023, we have financed a training workshop in FACO Division Cameroon, and the first Latin American soil judging contest, the third Young Meeting Soil Science Researchers in Western Patagonia, the British Society of Soil Science Activity Boxes, and the 12th Conference of the IOSS Work Groups on Soils of Urban, Industrial, Traffic, Mining, and Military Areas. And in 2024, we have already given our green light for the 3-day workshop in India, and the call for stimulus fund is still open, and you can apply if you like. A great possibility for international collaborations is given by the collaboration which are active between the IOSS and different other organizations. First of all, with International Science Council, we are part of the GeoUnions and of the Standing Committee for Disaster Risk Reduction and of the Standing Committee for Gender Equality in Science. But we appoint people from the IOSS to the ISC when there are specific requests related to expertise related to soil science. Then we have a partnership with the Global Soil Partnership of FAO. I already mentioned the World Soil Day. And then with UNESCO, I will talk about it later, because there are very interesting developings. And then we have a memorandum of understanding with the WASWAC, the World Association of Soil and Water Conservation, with the Coalition for Soil Health, and we have relations with Save the Soil Movement and Sustainable Soils Alliance. And to enhance all this collaboration, I invite you to give a name to the Secretariat as a representative for international affairs. This is a useful reference for us to contact whenever there is an opportunity for international collaboration. Among the international collaboration, something which is relevant to be mentioned here is the cooperation with UNESCO for the protection of the soil cultural and natural heritage. We have already made some meetings together, and we have been invited to a big event in Morocco this year to report about our activities in that direction. Actually, in the World Heritage Sites of UNESCO, we have some site which holds information about soil. For instance, the terroirs of Burgundy in France, where soil characteristics are acknowledged to be functional for the production of high-quality wine. But the only example where soil is mentioned by itself as a World Heritage Site is in the tentative list, the typical Chernozem of the Baltic Steppe in the Republic of Moldova. This site is located in Moldova, in Southeast Europe, between Romania and Ukraine, and this kind of black earth or Chernozem has been recognized since antiquity and revealed to science by the father of soil science, Vasily Dokuchaev, in his seminal work in Russian Chernozem, 1879. This kind of soil was featured in the World's Exposition in Chicago in 1893 and the Great Paris exhibitions in 1889 and 1900. Starting from the centennial celebration, the IOSS established a World Soil of the Year, and the first World Soil of the Year was just the Chernozem, and one of the reasons was just because it was enlisted in the World Heritage Site of the UNESCO. So the representative of this soil, Moldovan colleagues, was acknowledged during the centennial. The Chernozem of the Baltic steppe belongs to a kind of soil which is rather common in the most productive area of the world as for agricultural production. And they have very favorable characteristics like a thick humus horizon, high content of humus, good aggregate structure, high biological activity, high sorption capacity, silty loamy texture supporting the high water holding capacity, and calcium carbonate and neutral pH. So they are very favorable to support very productive crops like sunflower, corn, soybean, and wheat. In many cases, Chernozem suffer from degradation that influences all the crucial properties and services. The most serious threats are water and weed erosion, mineralization of humus, salinization, compaction, and sealing. So this pressure resource is under threat and must be protected. Therefore, the Chernozem of the Baltic steppe has been object of study for more than 50 years in the Selection Research Institute of Field Crops of Moldova, where different long-term field experiments have been carried on related to crop rotation, continuous monocultures, system of fertilization, tillage, and irrigation, with polyfactorial interaction between crop rotations and different systems of tillage and fertilization without chemical control of weeds, pests, and diseases. The main scientific measures that have been put in practice were monitoring crop productivity and soil fertility under the influence of present-day factors of agricultural intensification, and another activity was the international cooperation and multidisciplinary approach to soil functionality, including biodiversity, carbon capture, water balance, and adapting to social, economic, and climate change. Besides scientific measures, also educational measures were put in practice because although rich in organic matter, Chernozem still have a high potential for carbon sequestration supported by conservation agriculture. And so the colleagues organized field days for farmers to promote ecological principles of sustainable agriculture, teaching and research at high school, master and PhD levels, and promoting good agricultural practices through consultancy, broadcast, and publication. Another main asset of the project was the implementation of cultural measures. So not only agricultural measures, scientific, but also cultural measures. Through national and regional festivals dedicated to the soils as our common good, and the celebration of the Day of Soils as adopted by FAO and the IOSS, and together with the Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Agriculture, various national events will be organized in 2024 to increase the public awareness of soil health. Another UNESCO program where we can adopt a similar strategy is the International Geoscience and Geoparks program, where we have already 195 geoparks in 48 countries. The problem here is that only rarely soils are recognized as part of the geoparks, and this is a pity because these are sites and landscape of international geological significance managed for protection, education, and sustainable development. So soil management and soil profile displays can play an important role within the geoparks. Another UNESCO initiative where we are trying to collaborate is the Biosphere Reserves. The World Network of Biosphere Reserves covers all major representative natural and semi-natural ecosystems. It spans over a surface of more than 7 million square kilometers in 134 countries, which is almost the size of Australia. They are under the sovereign jurisdiction of the states where they are located. So there is the need to implement a collaboration in between us, the soil scientists, and the national authorities within the Biosphere Reserve. But UNESCO can support us in this activity. Indeed, biosphere reserves are very suitable for this kind of collaboration because they are meant to be learning places for sustainable development within ecosystem-specific networks. And this ecosystem with theme-specific networks provide valuable insights into sustainable development models and climate change mitigation and adaptation possibilities. They include networks and research, capacity building and educational collaboration on drylands, mangroves, marine, coastal and island areas, mountains, savannas, tropical forests, and wetlands. I do believe that in every of this environment, soil play a major role and should be valorized. It is unacceptable that within biosphere reserves, but also geoparks, we can see unsustainable soil management which destroys our natural and cultural heritage, in particular soil heritage. The UNESCO acknowledges several soil degradation forms like erosion, water or wind and desertification, compaction, inappropriate zoning and development, sealing and poor use of urban soils, improper disposal of waste, overuse of fertilizer, soil pollution, but they do not acknowledge loss of cultural and natural heritage. But actually, in many cases, through deep earthwork, land leveling, reshaping of slopes, and upsetting of the natural layering of soil, the soil natural cultural heritage is completely destroyed. And this form of degradation should be adequately acknowledged by UNESCO. So, in conclusion, we must say that the outstanding soil sites should be included in inventories of natural and cultural heritage at the global scale. UNESCO can play a role in collaborating with us for this aim. It is advisable that the preservation of cultural and natural values of soil will be included in the biosphere reserves and geoparks of UNESCO. So the soil knowledge should be mandatory within this project. Then, making explicit the cultural and natural value of soil would improve soil awareness, soil literacy, and give greater interest and motivation to the protection of the land. And it is possible to include sustainable soil management in existing policies for the protection of the natural and rural landscape at global and national levels. And the IOSS promotes the recognition of the World Soil of the Year as a contribution to highlight outstanding soil sites, their sustainable management, and the measures to improve soil literacy and awareness. And I recommend you that as the call for the World Soil of the Year 2025 is open, you can apply for that. So, dear colleagues of the Indonesian Soil Science Society, I wish you a successful Congress, and I recommend you to keep in contact with the IOSS through our secretariat, which is always available to your request. And long live.
Please give round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Eduardo Constantini, for the insightful session. So, ladies and gentlemen, it will be a token of gratitude session to the speakers. The committee will present in the screen the certificate as a speaker to Mr. Eduardo A.C. Constantini as a representative from the IUSS. Once again, we send our high gratitude to Mr. Eduardo from IUSS for the insightful presentation. Thank you.
Distinguished guests and all the participants, we will be moving to the plenary session. This presentation will be delivered by our keynote speakers, Professor Rahayu from Universitas 11 Maret Indonesia. And then we have Dr. Lucrezia Kaun from FAO. And then we have Professor Susilawati from University Putra Malaysia, Malaysia. And we have Dr. Samsul Haq from Charles Sturt University, Australia.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this session will be led by our honorable moderator from Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Yogyakarta, Indonesia, Mr. Professor Muhammad Nurkholis was born in Semarang, May 30, 1963. This is the education of Professor Muhammad Nurkholis. He has a lot of publication, research, and community services experiences, and also he has so many experience as a seminars speakers.
So, please welcome our honorable moderator, Professor Muhammad Nurkholis from UPN Yogyakarta, Indonesia.
Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Professor Muhammad Nurkholis. The time is yours.
Professor Muhammad Nurkholis, please take your time.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellency, Secretary of Indonesian Soil Science Society or HITI, Vice Rector from UNS, and then Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, and then Chief Editor of Science Tanah Journal, and ladies and gentlemen, guests and participants of the ICOSATA 2. So allow me as chairman of this session to lead the plenary session 1 for this morning. With the theme of soil and water conservation, our history and future challenges. And in these sessions, we have 4 speakers. For the first, Professor Rahayu, and then Dr. Lucrezia Kaun from FAO, and then Professor Susilawati from University Putra Malaysia, and then Dr. Samsul Haq from Charles Sturt University, Australia. So, would you please, for the first speaker, Professor Dr. Rahayu, would you please to the stage? Yes. Professor Rahayu is a lecturer in Department of Soil Science yeah. Faculty of Agriculture, 11 Maret University, in field of expertise in pedology and survey, tough grass. And then, so many international publication, yeah. And then from this publication, I think very interesting, the influence of geological formation and soil characteristics and quality in the southeast region of Pacitan Regency, Indonesia, yeah. And also the other publication. So thank you, Professor Dr. Rahayu. And then the second speaker, Ms. Luzrezia Kaun. Yeah. So, hello, Ms. Luzrezia Kaun. Hello.
Hello, good morning, everybody. I'm here.
Hello, good morning. Yes. Ms. Luzrezia Kaun. She's an soil and land management expert who graduated from Wageningen University and Università di Udine. Her work experiences the land management officer at the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, or FAO, regional officer for Asia and the Pacific, Bangkok, Thailand, from March 2023 until present. And then before, Land and Water Officer at the Land and Water Division, FAO, Rome, Italy, from August 22 and until February 2023. And then for the third speakers, would you please?
Booking, tanggal booking.
Sorry. The third speakers, Professor Susilawati, would you please to stage? Yes. Hello, good morning. Assalamualaikum. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Professor Susilawati binti Kasim. She is in fertilizer technology and soil fertility, Department of Land Management, Faculty of Agriculture, University Putra, Malaysia. And then she is also president of International Collaboration for Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture. Good morning, Professor Susilawati. Yes. And then the fourth, Dr. Dr. Shamsul Haq. Yeah. Yes. From Charles Sturt University, Australia. Good morning. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Shamsul Haq. Hello. 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 Yeah, not yet? Okay. So, we are now for 3 speakers, yes. And then actually this session from 10 until 12, but now already 10 to 11. So we have still 1 hour and 10 minutes. So for 3 speakers, yeah, I would ask for your presentation for each 15 minutes. It's okay? Yes. So for the first, Professor Rahayu, would you please to start for your presentation for 15 minutes? Time is for yours. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Nurkolis, for giving the time to present, and also thank you very much for all, especially for the committee of ICOSATA, second ICOSATA. Okay. And this time, I present, I think, little bit special, or not special, but specific area of the soil science, because not about food, anything, but this about landscape. So my presentation is implementation for life elements and soil pedon in landscape. Yeah. We know that the ancient philosopher Empedocles, Plato, and others, they said the elements of life is four: fires, water, earth, and air. And then of the four elements is love, joinings, and also strife. It means segregation and also aggregations. Yeah. And then we know also that pedology is an integrative science covering the concept of agriculture, forestry, and others, including history, geology, geography, archaeology. So pedology can be pure science, which look at additions of knowledge about soils, such as processes, formation, distribution, and classifications. But pedology is also an applied science, which then takes the information of the knowledge and use for the further knowledge in the fields such as horticulture, forestry, engineering, agriculture, and others. We know that pedogenesis almost lay using the studies about factors and processes. So understanding pedogenesis can make estimates in our area what kind of soil we can find and what process in the profiles, soil profile, and like that, so on. Based on the Moore's theories, prioritize water and its movement in the soil profiles. This Moore. So if we return to the initial concept of love and strife of four elements, meeting inspiration of air and water can be guidelines is making estimations of what soils, others, and we found and others. In this presentation, so pedon and artificial mini pedon. So implementation of pedology in the landscape, I focus in the pedon into mini artificial pedons. In the left side, this is a natural pedon. I took these pictures about the spodic pot soil, pot spodosols pedons, and then I try to, this the right side is the mini in the landscape like pedons. So there is many almost like horizons also. For example, in this also, so commonly in the landscape, what kinds of horizon is also very, very important. And also the process in the small pedons also happen. Usually for engineering, they counting the concept of downward and upward of water. This similar with the Moore when they thinking about almost a process in the pedon is downward and upward of waters. So downward and upward of water can make horizons. For elements in the surface, in research implementation, we know even this in Indonesia. You know? But for getting good landscape, so we need counting about the soil, water, light, and also air. For example, in these pictures, the left is this how many horizon we usually use grass and the root zones and the geotextile or interruptions layer and the gravel and the existing soil. For example, in here, element for quality of water. When the shallow saline waters happen, so this need to minimize the upward of salt. So this need interruptions layers. So in the topsoil, this will become percent water table. So it's good. Yeah. And also how mix the topsoil. This also already doing in the research. And the element of soil, the other is field topsoil thickness. How many thickness of the topsoil need? 15, 10, 12, 30 or more. This is very important in the technique because even 5 centimeters, the thickness, the money is different peaks. Big difference between, for example, 25 centimeter thickness and also 20 and also 30. This money is big. Usually the owner of the field usually many negotiations with the contractor about this. Contractor, they want minimize because they won't get money. But the owner, they will save the field. So scientific research about this also important. Also how many water we need. It is also very important because we usually in the technique also count about evapotranspiration of the grass. And evapotranspiration, this means related to the how much water they may have to prepare and also water holding capacity, seems like that. This may counting by soil scientists, not others. Also element of fire. It means sometimes grass grow under shading area. This problem also. How about the implementation? This kind I make, for example, about the problem about light. This light means fire. This means yeah. Okay. Sorry. Thank you very much, Professor. Oh yeah. Well, don't worry, please the presentation yeah. Okay. More. Okay. Little more. Okay, this. Yeah. This is about fire, light system. And this is the biggest stadion and newest stadions in Indonesia. The height of stadion is 86 meters. So inside, the field inside get minimum light in some area. Yeah. For example, in these pictures, so the grass grow in the shading and full shadings, light shading, and also full sun. So this is make a problem. This is usually criteria of quality of FIFA pitch, FIFA fields for football. They make criteria in the functional and also characteristic visuals. So we try to measure the sun insolations. How many looks inside? Next, please. Thank you. I forget. Next, please. Next, please. Oh, this is. And this is in solution, full sun and light sun and shaded is very different getting energy. Even in the one field with same soil, same root zone, same fertilizer, same irrigation. But because of the different of light, this make very different quality and also make big problem. This next. Yeah, this is the main effects. Yeah, in shading, get reduce photosynthesis, sustainable for a disease, decrease shoot and root density, and others. Yeah. This is the next, the concept. This is root zone. Root zone. We measure the root zone characteristic. We bulk density, particle density, total porosity, soil texture, saturated hydraulic conductivity, pH, electric conductivity, total soil, particle size distribution, CEC, organic matter content, nitrogen, phosphorus, calcium, sodium. This is all mostly to be known for make considerations. Yeah. And then this field conditions last years, yeah. Because the very high building and some shading, this red color, yellow, yeah, and also green. Yeah. This is mean full sun area and others. Full sun area and full shading. Next. This in July and December. This is different because the oscillation of sun, the shading area is moved from south side and then north area and south area make every year's move. The problem of this field also all of us almost move every semester. Seems like student every semester move, but this shading area, yeah. So the tooth quality, usually this is some of the research and in others. Usually with the shading 90% offer almost not acceptable for playing football. 90% make big problems, but 30% still almost still okay, still acceptable. After 1 year, we measure. Oh yes, we measure. This. After 1 year, we measure the characters of grass in the shading area. Grow very bad. Grow very bad is quality is low and also not playable and dangerous for players because nothing to buffer if they fall down just like that, and also not beautiful in the view, in the visual. So it's a very problem. Yeah. And then under grow light, this improve, but using grow light is very high in cost. But no choice in these stadiums. No choice except use additional light. Next. Yeah, conditions like that. And then the turf cover is full and surface good condition. But the shadier areas thin, lower growth of tailors, and also the root also very minimum. Next. Yeah, in the left area also grow in the shading area, the water content, soil humidity very high, and grass grow very bad, but they grow algae. How can we play? Some player play on the algae, not on the grass. It's very big problem. In the right picture, that's good because full sun. Also, we measure the pH, soil humidity, turf density also. Turf density is very bad in the shading area. Also, we measure the ball roll and also ball, how much the ball ribbon. Yeah. Ball ribbon and also ball roll also. In the shading area, ball roll is very long. So ball is running very fast. This is not acceptable also for players. How can one area, one field in stadium, but this area is very bad, it's very good. Not uniformity. Yeah. Also, next. Yeah, we saw in the routing. This usually route also need improve. How about the other implementation of the pedology? This is still in progress right now, not yet finished. We implementation the pedology in implementation in Solo Kingdom green space. In Solo, the city, they have kingdom, the central of Javanese cultures, except in Jogja. But we say that in Jogja, the green space become almost the sand, with sand, no grass, no. But Solo don't want. They change into grass. I think for all participants, it's very important if you visit our kingdom in Solo. Just maybe 10 minutes from here, not until 10 minutes. Yeah, this is a kingdom and this central of cultures of Jawa. Yeah, we need the implemented in Solo Kingdom green space for revitalization. We make seems like a pedon like this. Grass, under grass is sediment of Bengawan Solo River. We use 10 centimeter. And under the river sediment also clay soil, alfisol, 15 centimeters. After that, geotextile and then gravel. Geotextile is more for reducing moving the soil into the pore between gravel. So we have to make provide protecting the soil, no go downward because of infiltrations like that. So need geotextile, and this is like this. And here in the picture in the middle, this is gravel and the geotextile and the clay soil, and then we need sediment, because sediment is for make better smooth surface. Clay soil we need for water holding capacity and also CEC. Cation exchange capacity, this we need like that. So, and the gravel we need for good drainage. Geotextile we need for prevent the soil go down, like that, downward. Like this, this makes him like a profile, and then finally we still in progress. This is final. Next. This is the final today, this week. So maybe next month will become covering grass all, and Solo Kingdom will become different. Alun-alun with Jogja, since Jogja become almost the same, but Solo Kingdom is grass and better for via play and also visit and others. And then conclusions. I think it's almost of participants also understand the conclusion, and I will say thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Rahayu, that already talk about how about the football fields and also from the alun-alun, yeah, in Solo and also in Yogyakarta, and also maybe golf course, yeah, for the soils, yeah, that now we have to understand and we have to make like a research, yeah, for the how do we can prepare for the especially for the anthropogenic soils, yeah, or artificial soils, yeah, not only in the mining area for the reclamation, but also for the other place like the urban soils, like football field, and then also for the golf course and like this, yeah. So I think very interesting for us, yeah. And then for the second speaker, yeah, for the second speaker, Miss Luzrecia Count. Hello, are you
Hello,
ready?
I'm here. Yes, I'm ready.
Oh, okay, thank you. So would you please to give us about your presentation? But we have just 15 minutes, so time is yours for 15 minutes.
I will be very brief. I hope you can see my screen in presentation mode.
Yes, already.
Okay, fantastic. So good morning, everybody, and thanks for having me today. Since time is short, I will be very brief. Today, I would like to tell you about the status, trends, challenges, and possible solutions for soil health in Asia, with a focus on what the FAO and especially the Office for Asia and the Pacific of FAO is doing on the topic. Just let me move this up. Okay. So first of all, I would just like to remind you about some key facts of the region that directly affect the use of soil. First of all, Asia is the most populous continent, is a major economic powerhouse, and it's incredible diverse. You well know about it, I think, because you are from the region. We have hundreds of languages, ethnic groups, and religions. Also, we have a wide range of climates, ranging from deserts to extensive river systems. And therefore, we are facing significant environmental challenges, including deforestation, air pollution, and water scarcity. Unfortunately, we also have some countries that have ongoing territorial disputes and conflicts, and this is affecting the way soil is managed and land is owned. And also, not last, Asia is a major tourist destination, and this has major environmental implications because of the high demand for resources and also the large amount of waste that is generated. Focusing a bit on food security, Asia and the Pacific accounts for half the people facing moderate or severe food insecurity in the world, and nearly 500 million people, so more than 8 in 10 of them, are in South Asia. We're undernourished in 2021, and more than 1 billion face moderate to severe food insecurity. Unfortunately, this is happening despite the efforts of the international community, so also regardless of the Sustainable Development Goals. But why is this happening? Well, the region is facing strong headwinds coming from the pandemic after effects, also the war in Ukraine that is leading to a fertilizer crisis, climate disasters, and geopolitical realignments. And also we have some countries that are facing fiscal difficulties. In this graph, you can see the actually how vulnerable agri-food systems are to climate change. If you look at the very end of the graph, there is a peak in climate and weather-related disaster in 2015, and this trend is continuing to increase. If we want to put this into economic numbers, here you can see that Asia is actually suffering a total crop and livestock production loss in terms of 49 billion US dollars for the period 2008-2018. And in the graph on the right side of the screen, you can see that losses are especially related to climate like drought, floods, and storms. Other threats to food security relate, well, to El Nino, pests, livestock diseases, biodiversity loss, landscape fragmentation, waste that I already mentioned, and I would like to open a bracket also on plastic that is affecting fisheries, and not last, soil degradation that has long-term impacts on agriculture sustainability. Why soil degradation? Well, these are the ecosystem services provided by soil, and among these there is the provision of food, fiber, and fuel. So I would like to remind you that the planet survives only thanks to a few centimeters of healthy soils that grows 95% of our food. Getting to the status of soils in the region, we have several publications released on the topic that provide a picture on this. What you see on screen is the latest one released by the FAO together with the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, but it really represents a regional effort because all countries in the region were involved in its writing. So this is the Soil Atlas of Asia. Another publication of reference is the Status of the World Soil Resources Report. This was released in 2015, but a second edition will be released in 2025. And again, all countries in the world are involved in the writing of this document. So looking at what was produced in 2015, the report, actually the work was very successful in identifying 10 major soil threats to soil functions. And looking at the situation in Asia, the most serious threat to soil function was reported to be soil erosion, followed by organic carbon change, salinization and acidification, nutrient imbalance, contamination, soil seeding and land take, soil acidification, compaction, waterlogging, and loss of soil biodiversity. So these are the threats in order of importance. And what you can see here on the right part of the screen is their condition. So overall, the condition is very poor, and the trend that, again, it's not very promising because all trend is negative. So the situation is deteriorating, or in some cases, it's variable. Anticipating a bit what will come out from the second edition of this document, experts in the region foreseen to add two more threats to soils that are soil water availability and soil reuse. And by soil reuse, we refer to the utilization of soils derived from construction for agricultural use. And this is especially relevant to countries like Korea and Japan. Why I'm here? Sorry. Okay. Now that we have a picture on the status of soils in the region and degradation trends, I would like to talk about sustainable soil management. So what can we do to reverse this trend and improve the status of our soils? First of all, I would like to start by the definition of soil health, that is the ability of the soil to sustain the productivity, diversity, and environmental services of terrestrial ecosystems. And in managed systems, so soil health can be maintained, promoted, or recovered through the practice of sustainable soil management. There are several documents that talk about sustainable soil management, provide the definition of it, and therefore also advise on how it can be implemented, looking at tackling different threats. These are just some that were released by FAO, but many more are available online. And again, since our goal is that of promoting soil health, I would like to just introduce you briefly to the action framework of the Global Soil Partnership. This was released a couple of years ago and is supposed to run until 2030. So we recognize global challenges like climate change, biodiversity loss, land degradation, food insecurity and malnutrition, pollution and water scarcity. We also recognize the major threats to soil that are those identified in the Status of the World Soil Resources report. And we propose a strategy to achieve our goal, that is that of promoting soil health and halting soil degradation through 6 action areas that are manage sustainably and restore soils for the provision of ecosystem services, strengthen soil governance, promote knowledge and literacy on soil, promote awareness raising and advocacy on soil health, assess, map, and monitor soil health in an harmonized way, and last, foster technical cooperation. Now, this is the general framework put together by the Global Soil Partnership that I remind you is hosted by FAO. The Secretariat of the GSP is hosted by FAO, and therefore is also the strategy that the FAO Office for Asia and the Pacific is taking up, and of course, tailoring to the specific characteristics of the region. Looking at the strategy of the FAO Office for Asia and the Pacific on soil, we have 4 strategic areas of work. The first one looks at creating enabling environments to the practice of sustainable soil and land management and the transformation of agri-food systems. And this is for giving continuity in the long term to any project we implement and any action that government is implementing with farmers and land users. Thereafter, we aim at increasing food security and countries' resilience to the adverse impacts of climate change and market shocks through capacity building on sustainable soil management. Then assessing and monitoring the impacts of sustainable soil and land management on soil health and its overarching contribution to One Health. So we are really promoting for the inclusion of soil health into the One Health approach and making the link between soil, plants, human and animals, and the overarching environment. And ultimately, we are also promoting collaboration and partnership. I will just tell you briefly about some flagship initiatives of the office. In 2023, we established and launched an Asian Knowledge Hub on sustainable soil and land management, in which we compile all country and United Nations efforts in terms of assessing, monitoring, preserving, restoring, and enhancing soil health. So it's a compilation of tools, and we are promoting the use of the hub and also promoting the establishment of regional collaboration and dialogues through a webinar series. We already had 15 webinars organized since 2023, and we plan to have at least 1 webinar on a specific topic per month. Information are organized depending on their scope. So we have those tools looking at soil assessment, monitoring and mapping, policy, investment, field activities and communications. A second flagship activity of the office is the work on soil governance. At present, we are working on writing policy briefs on soil governance to support countries in advancing on the formulation and implementation of national soil strategies. And ultimately, the goal is that of when all the policy briefs are ready, the goal is that of preparing a regional document, so a regional assessment on soil governance. We are also working on the development of the Asian Watch on the impacts of sustainable soil management. Basically, we aim to have a platform that will help identify the most cost-effective and impactful sustainable soil management practices, taking into account the specific characteristics of different agroecological zones. And the scope of this work extends to guiding investments, informing project formulation decisions, and guiding research efforts on the topic. Ultimately, we are also supporting the work of WOCAT, that is the primary recommended database for sustainable land management practices and adaptation measures by the UNCCD. And we are doing this by promoting the use of the practices that are already in the database, but also encouraging countries to submit contributions. And we are also supporting the work of CESRA, so the Center of Excellence for Soil Research in Asia. We are strengthening their position in the region and helping them to guide research efforts and also capacity building efforts. If you don't know about CESRA, please let me know. I will be very happy to share more information with you, because all institutions working on research are welcome to join the center. Last, I would just like to announce that we are also supporting on the topic by organizing international events that foster discussion. The most important one upcoming this year is the International Soil and Water Forum that will take place in Bangkok from 9 to 11 of December. We will look at the integrated soil and water management approaches. So we will focus on managing water scarcity, reversing land degradation, and therefore boosting land restoration, sustainable soil management, and integrated climate resilient land. It's a very innovative event. We will have also a knowledge and technology fair, so we really hope to involve the private sector in it. We will have head of states and ministers coming for promoting ministerial and stakeholder dialogues, and we will really aim to focus on solutions. The call for abstract and the call for side event is already open on the official website, and the call for stands for the fair will be open soon. With this,
3
thank you very
minutes
much.
more, please.
Thank you. I'm over. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Khan, for your very nice presentation. And yeah, I think we are now facing the soil degradation. Yeah, and you know that we need soils for producing for food, and then also now fuels. Yeah, so we have to make like cooperation. Yeah, and I think very good for the FAO regional office for the Asia and also Pacific. Yeah, we also by collaboration, and we can get good results for how do we can make the soil function to give the soil as for the media for the food production. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. So and then the third, Professor Susilawati, yeah, from University Putra, Malaysia. Yeah. So please for you, if you want to use, yes, okay, please, thank you.
Okay, just now there's no showing, so maybe it looks boring. So for today, I would like to talk about more, I think just following the presentation as our previous presenters focused just now. But what we want to do today is to focus on biostimulants as application. How can it promote sustainable agriculture, as been mentioned by the previous presenter also, about how it is possible. This is based on our real experience by our research, all right? So basically, the big why we are conducting research now is due to a lot of reasons, as mentioned by previous researchers, due to agricultural land is now reducing, and also soil quality is also reduced. Then some of the area they have, contamination. So this will be a big issue for us. Then the other thing is due to the constraint or limited resources that we have to produce. We have about 11% of actually soil that can produce food. So it will be very challenging for us. And besides that, the climate change is coming now with the global warming everywhere. Some area is flooding, some area have a limited water supply. So you see that the temperature now is increasing. So this will be a big challenge for us to focus. So that's why I think for us, we want to focus on biostimulants. As we know that due to climate change, you have a lot of, abiotic and biotic stresses, which has reduced the effect. You see that the abiotic stresses due to droughts, salinity, extreme temperature, heavy metal accumulation, and the biotic stresses due to maybe insect and pests, and also the diseases and also weeds has caused reduction in food production. So this, indirectly you see here has, reduced our production. So that's why we need intervention in terms of, we need to treat the plant. For us, we are using biostimulants. Why? We need to focus on to improve in terms of molecular levels, then cellular levels until we get the plant levels. So the impact will be significant. So we have few type of biostimulant will be very important for us to use now. They have an algae extract, which is very common. They have also protein. They have also microorganism, humic and fulvic acid. This product is already in the market nowadays, right? So for us, I'd like to brief you about what is actually biostimulant. Biostimulant is not a fertilizer. It is not a fertilizer. What is it? It is only materials that can promote plant growth with a minimum supply. You need to use only very little amount, but the effect will be good. All right, so we think that there will be strategic approach nowadays because we know that when we talk about materials, I think the cost will be a big issue. So when you use biostimulants in minutes quantity, means the small amount, then it could be very effective. In very short period of time, they can promote plant growth. So then most of the researchers believe that these materials can promote plant growth even though it is not a fertilizers, right? So there are two major categories of biostimulants which is available nowadays. First is in terms of, we call it non-microbial biostimulants and also microbial biostimulants, okay? So this will be the list, okay? Humic acid, fulvic acid, amino acid, plants and seaweed extract. I'm sorry, but I think due to, different computer, so they changed the words. Beneficial fungi and a lot of things, right? So you can see here. Okay, for humic acid, what we want to focus is the effect. Okay, when we talk about humic acid, it must have this thing will be effective if we focus on how much we apply and also the application methods. So there will be more research need to be done if you really want to focus how can we utilize biostimulant to improve our food production. Okay, then if we use this humic and fulvic acid, the best thing is indirectly you will improve the soil fertility, okay? Then the plant nutrition, the micro and macronutrients, and it will indirectly also affect the availability of the phosphorus. Okay, so these are based on our treatments in our laboratory, we test it. So how can this improve? So this one is the material that use humic and fulvic acid. So when you are talking about the effectiveness, yeah, it shows it's very effective, right? So this is the plant as a whole. So it's showing that you see here, T1 is the chemicals. So when you are using very small amount of biostimulant, it's showing the increase of the plant growth, okay? Even the roots is also improved. So this is the thing that we need to do now, the materials that we need to focus. All right, so this is related to the diameter of the plants, okay? So it's also improving with the use of biostimulants, okay? So if we go to the soil, you see that the availability of P, okay? So we also increase, okay? So due to the addition of phosphorus. The biostimulant. So this is our real plot in Kundasang, Sabah. We are testing
in Kundasan Sabah, the major part is where you are increasing the quality. Beside the quantity, the quality is also important, right? So with the use of biostimulants, we are able to increase the, what we call it, the quality of the agriculture products. Okay, so again, I think the rice is showing a good things. You can improve a lot. Okay, you are able to reduce the chemical fertilizer. It's depending on the area. Okay, all right. So this will be related to the how the liquid and solid will be give different effects. So it's depending on the area. So this one we are using the chemicals, the organic plus liquid. Okay, then the organic alone and this one is solid, no, liquid alone. So this one will be showing to you how this biostimulant affect. But again, it's depending on the crop that you are dealing with, right? So this one is, we are focusing how this, just now we are talking on vegetables. Probably the response is quite, fast. But we are talking about woody plants. This is agar wood. And we are applying almost, the same. Here you see that it's only at 80 milligram per kilogram. This one we are using humic acid, okay? Then you are able to improve the height. So this is how effective the biostimulants, okay? So in conclusion for this part, related to biostimulant, related to humic acid, you see that the usage of all of these compounds were able to improve the plant growth and nutrient uptake. And you see that if there will be the example, if you want to use 80 to 160 grams, will be good for woody plants. But you need to do more trials. I think research needs to be continued to, what we call it, get more data. So we have also conducted protein hydrolysis research. So this protein hydrolysis is related to high cavity enhanced microbiome mass in the soil. It will also contribute to nutrients availability in the soil, and it also related indirectly to the plant growth. All right. So this will be our study using protein hydrolysis. We are testing using tea plants. Right. So you see that this chicken feather, we are taking this protein hydrolysis, from chicken feather. This chicken feather, they normally throw it away without any use. So we are transforming it into what we call it, protein hydrolysis. So you can see that after transforming, you are able to increase the sum of the nutrients. So what will happen when we apply to the plants, you see that the important thing is you can increase the sum of the amino acid. Let's say for glutamic acid, here it will be able to increase the what we call it, protection for the plant. They have able to enhance the ability of the plant to in terms of immunization system, right? So this will be good under so the rest I think you can read later on. Okay, so these are the plants that we are taking. But when we talk just now, biostimulant, small quantity. True or not? Okay, you see here how many percentage that we apply? It's only 0.2%. It's very small amount, but it is very powerful. Okay, it's very small amount, but it's very powerful. Okay, so we are conducting, based on our treatment just now, we are go to see here is how the shoot has growth with that particular rate. Okay, if you are interested to look into different, maybe avocado, you can proceed, right? So then you see that the nitrogen and phosphorus is also increased in the plant parts. It's not only in the soil, but it's also in plant parts. Okay, so we go to another biostimulant related to plant extract. I think here in Indonesia, you have many types of plants, which is, you can use as a biostimulants. Okay, for us, we use also few types of biostimulants. Why we want to use this? Because it will be very useful for us to focus on water retention, fixation of cation, and so on and so forth, right? So related to this, you see that this plant extract also, they have a special criteria, but it's depending on what type of the plant that you are dealing with, okay? Each of the plant, they have a special characteristic. This will be very, very interesting, right? So some of they contain cytokinin, auxin. This is a growth hormone, okay? So if you are able to explore more your local plants, which is, not so, expensive, this will be new, what we call it, products that can be offered to the farmers. Okay, so this, based on our experiment, we are using banana pseudostems. We are taking all the extract, so we are focusing to utilize the secondary metabolites which is available in that particular materials. So you see that after we categorize, there is a lot of phytochemicals in that resources. You see, there is a focus on the plant growth, even focus on the seed germination and roots elongation. So when you apply these materials into your what we call it plants, it will help a lot. Okay, it will help a lot. So this will be a good thing. So this one in the form of amino acid, we have also in the form of carboxylic acid. Some of them is good, they can add as a biopesticide. But again, you have huge plants, many types of plants, many varieties, many species. You can start to do the plant extract by your own, okay? Do more research, okay? So basically, I think there were also plant growth regulator in the extract, and you see they have also in alkali things. We tested. Just now we do the characterization. See, when we characterize, this is only chemical fertilizer. This is only our biostimulant, the extract. So we mix this biostimulant with the chemical fertilizer. You see how many % of yield has been increased? About almost 40%. Okay, almost 40% has been increased, and it will also transform into the green biomass production. So this will be so interesting, and the best thing is about, you see here that the quality, just now we are not talking about the quantity. The quality is another aspect that you need to also focus on about your products. You see that the sweetness, okay, when you mix, you see the sweetness is increased. So you will taste different maize or corn by using this kind of treatments. For sure we get it. All right. So then there will be few more parameters has been affected. Okay. So this is another study related to droughts. How this plant extract has effect or helps in terms of helping the plants to stand under limited water supply. So we have conducted this research. Then you see that the most of the plants treated with plant extract able to stand under drought tolerance. You see that here, I think you cannot see clearly, but you see that all of the growth is promising. Okay. This one we are using herbs. Okay, I think in Indonesia you have a lot of different type of herbs. You can start, do the extraction. Okay, so it's the same thing, but the most important thing here is we would like to focus on how can this product able to improve the quality. Okay, then in conclusion, you see with using secondary metabolites, we are able to increase the yield about 13 to 29%. It's depending on the condition. It depends on the crop. Many research need to be done for biostimulants, right? And you see the chemical fertilizer can be reduced. So this is the major part for, contributing to the cost of the food in our environment. The chemical fertilizer is increased now. It's not so cheap. So this is where, if you're able to reduce the chemical input, that will be good, right? So then the other thing is related to how nutrient uptake and so on and so forth, right? So there will be other biostimulant also you can focus, which is chitosan. They have their own things, okay? Then beneficial fungi and bacteria, you can focus also on this. And they have also inorganic compound that can be used as a biostimulant in the form of silicate, right? It also able to, silicate, chloride, phosphate, and also carbonate, okay? It also contribute a lot in terms of growth and so on. But currently, I think the specific improvement for us, I think we are also focused on this. Some of the research is still ongoing and so on. Right, so this one also, the inorganic compound, they have also special characteristic why they are able to be used as a fungicide. So the use of chemicals can be reduced in your field with the use of biostimulants. Okay, so we have come up with, real issue now, this related to Malaysia. So where we are actually this is the projection. We will have a severe dry spell to hit the country next year, not this year, okay? And also 2026. But you see that this year, this is the report in 2024, is cuaca panas melampau jejaskan keterjaminan makanan negara. It's happened everywhere now. So, so that's why we need to do more, what we call it, work in terms of research and so on. So this is our real plot in Jelebu Negeri Sembilan. So you see that the one with not growing is chemical, but the one with the growing is our treatment, is with the biostimulant products. Okay, so this we planting, the plant now is about 2 months. Okay, so it's a real things. So we are planting all the same, but it's not happen. Okay, it's not growth. So that's why we think that the addition of stable carbon and biostimulant product in agriculture field is necessary. So we need to do more research, especially in the tropical area, to overcome climate change effects. So please, I think I will encourage all of our friends here to do more research related to these products. And you can do a lot of things. So these are our products we establish, we produce in our laboratory. We have amino acid extract, enzyme-based biostimulants. We have also secondary metabolites, humic compound. Okay, we have also microbes. Okay, so I cannot share with you a lot here, but I think if you need further information, you can contact us. Okay, so in conclusion, I can say that this is what we need now: yield enhancement, quality enhancement, okay, greater vigor, and so on and so forth. So let us work together and try to produce better products for our farmers. So this will be in 2024 publication from our team. Some of it, if you would like to get the reading about how these, herbs extract need to be done, you can contact us. Okay. So we have also our team here, Hasib and also Dr. Kamal. He is also working with biostimulant and also salt amendment. You can work with us. Okay, so this all 24. So I would like to thank my dedicated team from my PhD students. All of them are graduated. Some from Bangladesh, Dr. Shariful Islam, Dr. Raguraj, Dr. Halimatun, Han Min Zhao from China. Okay, and also my master students, and also now my PhD students and my master student also. So again, I would like to highlight here is what we want now is healthy soil, high quality food, and healthy life. So that's all from me. Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for Professor Susilawati. Once again, I would like to invite Dr. Samsul Haq. You already present here? Hello, Dr. Samsul Haq from Charles Sturt University, Australia. Hello, good morning or good afternoon in your country, or maybe, yeah, or already evening. Hello. Okay, yeah, because of Dr. Samsul Haq not present in this seminar or in this session, yeah. So I will finish for the presentation. Actually, 4 presenters, but only 3. So thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Professor Susilawati. That we already use the biostimulant. Yeah. How do we can ameliorate the acid main drainage from mine? Coal mine area. So I think very good, yeah. And so from the 3 presenters that we face about the soil degradation, yeah, and then how do we can ameliorate the soil, the degraded soils by using biostimulant. Yeah, and also how do we can make the football field and also maybe the golf course by also using a stimulant, yeah, biostimulant. I think very good, yeah. So okay, now we still have 10 minutes. So please, for the audience, to give question or maybe comments. Yeah, please, one. Okay, please, yeah. Please, yeah. Okay, please give your name and then for whom? Would you please to stand up? Yes.
Thank you, Prof. I'm Ladiani from Indonesian Soil and Fertilizer Instrument Standard Testing Institute. I'm really interested with the presentation of Professor Susilawati about biostimulant. At the moment, we are considering about the characteristic, the standard, and so on about the biostimulant. What do you think about the specific condition or requirement a certain material become a biostimulant? Because I'm afraid it will make a misleading of a material can be used, all material can be used as biostimulant. So we have to have a certain specific requirement or condition. That's the first question. And then the second, it is very interesting to know about the material seaweed can be used as a source of biostimulant. Do you have any experience about the effect of sodium or natrium content to plant if we are apply in a certain amount? As we know that sodium is have a certain effect if we are not apply in a good concentration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. One more, if there are questions. Okay, so please, Professor Susilawati, there are 2 questions already record. Okay, please.
Okay, thank you for the person who already asked about this. Actually, for the characteristic of biostimulants, currently we're still working on it. There will be no specific characteristic. But what we want to focus is we try as much as possible to look for the bio-based products. Okay, since we know that this bio-based product is less, harmful even to the food and even to the human itself, right? So if you ask me about the specific characteristic need to be have for the biostimulants, currently there will be no specific characteristic. Just that for our team, we try to focus on the bio-based because we try to achieve, as I put in the last slide, healthy life is our main target. As you know that now the accumulation of heavy metals, Professor Makito will talk about the heavy metals accumulation, is everywhere now. So it is a huge, gap that we need to look into. So if we are able, that's why I'm coming to this conference to encourage all of you to look the bio-based product that we can utilize in our field. So there is a question. The second question is related to the sodium application, okay, in the field. So basically, as I mentioned to you in, what we call it, microorganism-based biostimulants is in the form of chlorides. So probably I think the application of sodium is normally attached with sodium chloride, potassium chloride, and so on. So currently the specific effects of chloride, sulfate, and also, carbonates is not being studied very well. So it caused a lot of misleading in terms of, the output. Normally we are looking for the sodium, potassium, magnesium, and so on, right? So this is where I think we need to, exchange our ideas, do more research, and, we can get more information related to the effectiveness of, non-microorganism-based biostimulants in order for us to improve, especially the growth of the plant. Currently we are talking about the, in very challenging environment to the plants, right? So is it answer your question?
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions? Okay, so if there are no questions, so, hello. Oh, okay, please, Professor Ali Munawar. Yes.
Okay, my question is to Professor Rahayu. My name is Ali Munawar from UPN University in Yogyakarta. But Rahayu, to some extent, that you say that the performance of the football players will be determined by the quality of the football field. So do you expect that Persis in Solo, in which you have better football field, cannot be better than PSS Sleman? To some extent, to what extent the quality of the field will determine the performance of the team? Thank you.
Yeah, okay, please.
Yes, thank you, Professor Ali Munawar. Right now, the Sleman, Stadion Sleman's name? Maguwarjo, right now is still in the renovations. And they sent to me, to our lab, about the topsoil, my labs. So the topsoil sands, they take from Merapi sands and come to our labs, and we doing in the labs about the possibilities use of the sand, possible, suitable or not suitable. So we counting the soil particle size distributions, because the particle size distributions. This will deal with water holding capacities, deal also with the strengths from the compactions. Also, they deal with the smoothness of the surface and deal also the supporting CEC for the growth of grass. So I think almostly our lab is accept from especially for root zone construction. Also same in the Maguwarjo also we doing give a consulting about the root zone. So I hope the Maguwarjo will better and also safe. Usually in the case of root zone we not template between stadium is not same. For example, in the very high using for Jakarta International Stadium or Gelora Bung Karno, we decide very high content of sand, around 95%, 90 until 95% sand, because they have big money for preparing the water, and also they need more fertilizer. But in the case of lower sims, like in the Solo Kingdom and or others, usually I decide the lower sand content around 80 until 85. We need about 15 minimum 15 silt and clay for saving the water. But we don't we usually when we analyze the soil root zone, the most important is smoothness. So the sands above 2 milli, maximum only 5%. So in this case, I hope the Maguwarjo also, when they send the root zone to us, and we may decide. Usually not only one sense, usually many queries, and maybe 3 or 4 cents give to our labs, and then we make measure the characteristic, and we make recommendation. This better, this not better, this not acceptable, something like that. So not template. It's just different. Yeah. Oh, with confidence.
No. Because you know that.
Yeah. Oh, same question.
But time maybe after this. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah, because I think already 12, and we asked to Dr. Luzrezia Kaun. Yeah. Hello. Good afternoon. Hello.
Hello, I'm still here, yes.
Yes. Would you please to give a suggestion for our country, especially Indonesia, as you are as a land management officer, yeah, that you know that we still import rice from other countries. So what are your suggestions to make Indonesia as not on to be the importer country, especially for rice? So please.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Actually, FAO is working with the government of Indonesia to tackle this issue because we are aware of the rice crisis that you are facing. Our best suggestion is that of intensify production in the agricultural land that is already available. But I know that the country also has an interest in expanding the agricultural land. So we are working on the topic together with the government, providing technical support to see how we can, tackle the issues while preserving the natural resources of Indonesia, because you have a very rich natural resources and a lot of biodiversity. So this cannot be overlooked. We are looking for a sustainable solution to the issue. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for your suggestion. Okay, please, Professor Priyono, to continue, but short question, not more.
Wait. Using microphone, please. Yeah.
If the Maguwarjo football field also have the same construction.
Construction, yeah.
Like gravel and then fabric and clay and also the sand in the top layer. Is that the same like
Solo as Kingdom? No. That's different. Because in the Maguwarjo is similar with the Manahan Stadium. They use a gravel, 20 centimeter, and then geotextiles. Above the geotextile is topsoil directly 30 centimeter. But the topsoil is fine sand. The fine sands deal with characteristics. So they send to my labs. Yeah, no, without the clay. But we decided the fine sands contains about 5% clay.
Oh,
If they only 3%, 2% clay, usually I reject. I said this is not suitable because they will deal with very high cost for irrigation and also maintenance difficult. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, because you know that for the soil scientists also, how do we can make full bore field to be good condition, yeah. Okay, thank you very much for this session, yeah, for Dr. Luzrizia Kaun, Professor Susilawati, and also Professor Rahayu for your nice presentation, also warm discussion from the audience. So thank you very much. And yeah, I think every participant has a conclusion. Yeah, so very interesting. Okay, thank you very much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. What a wonderful session of today's agenda. So we would like to ask our honorable speaker and moderator to remain on stage because there will be a token of gratitude session. We would like to invite Professor Dr. Engineering Suntaro MS as a representative professor from Soil Science Department, UNS, to give the token of gratitude. Also, we would like to invite Professor Vita Ratri Cahyani as the editor-in-chief of Sains Tanah, Mr. Dwi Priyo Arianto SP MSc PhD as a chairman of ICOSATA, and Dr. Harry Widianto as a head of Soil Science Department, Faculty of Agriculture, UNS, to give the token of gratitude. The token of gratitude will be a certificate to our keynote speakers and also a token for the keynote speakers that delivered by the professor of the Soil Science Department, Professor Suntaro. Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to our honorable keynote speakers and moderator. Also, there will be an online token of gratitude, ladies and gentlemen, the certificate of the speakers for Dr. Lucrezia from the Food and Agriculture Organization. The committee already displayed into the screen. Once again, we send our highest gratitude to all the keynote speaker and all the moderator of our first plenary session.
All right, it's a time for a break to enjoy our lunch.
Wow, lunch break time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
We will have a lunch break for around 1 hour. And
For about 1 hour?
Yes, for about 1 hour.
That's right.
Please take this moment to refresh our mind and recharge so we can turn in this room with a renewed energy.
So we'll be in here again?
Yes, we will in here again and we will see you soon around 1 p.m. And that's all for now. Thank you so much for your attention.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, you may have the lunch break time. For ladies and gentlemen, the lunch break time will be delivered outside the ballroom. The food buffet is already set in front of the ballroom.
In front of the ballroom, right.
Yeah. Then you may now enjoy the
Please
lunch.
enjoy your lunch in front of the ballrooms.
Himpo Indonesia menjadi himpunan produsen pupuk organik yang berwawasan global, yang terus tumbuh dan berkembang, dengan mengedepankan kualitas di bidang kesuburan tanah. Himpo Indonesia berkomitmen untuk memproduksi pupuk organik berkualitas, mendukung penyediaan pupuk organik untuk kebutuhan nasional, mendukung Indonesia menjadi negara berkedaulatan pangan dan pengekspor produk pertanian organik, memberikan manfaat positif bagi lingkungan, bumi, dan alam, menjadi sahabat bagi para petani, berkembang sesuai dengan kemajuan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi, dengan tetap mengedepankan nilai-nilai kejujuran, kerjasama, kerja keras dan cerdas, kemitraan, berkomitmen, dan beretika. Himpo Indonesia terdiri dari produsen pupuk organik dalam berbagai skala. Himpo Indonesia memiliki satu visi misi dalam pengembangan industri pupuk organik yang berkualitas. Dengan bermitra bersama PT Pupuk Indonesia, PT Petrokimia Gresik, dan PT Pupuk Kujang untuk memproduksi pupuk organik petroganik bersubsidi, Himpo Indonesia siap meningkatkan penggunaan pupuk organik dan berdampak positif terhadap keberlanjutan pertanian, serta kesuburan dan kesehatan tanah. Pupuk petroganik telah masuk dalam skema pupuk bersubsidi sejak tahun 2008. Produk pupuk organik bersubsidi merupakan produk yang pengadaan dan penyalurannya berada dalam pengawasan pemerintah sebagai pemenuh kebutuhan petani di sektor pertanian. Bahan baku pupuk organik petroganik bersubsidi memanfaatkan limbah pertanian dan peternakan, sekaligus menjadi nilai tambah bagi petani dan peternak, serta menjaga ekosistem pertanian organik yang ramah lingkungan. Sebelum produksi pupuk petroganik, dilakukan uji mutu bahan baku untuk mengetahui kualitas bahan baku. Setelah hasil uji mutu bahan baku dinyatakan baik dan sesuai standar, maka bahan baku dapat diproduksi menjadi pupuk petroganik. Pupuk petroganik bersubsidi diproduksi sesuai dengan permentan yang berlaku serta standar proses dan peralatan yang sudah ditentukan oleh Pupuk Indonesia, PT Petrokimia Gresik, dan PT Pupuk Kujang. Pupuk petroganik dikemas menggunakan kantong petroganik yang desain dan spesifikasinya ditentukan oleh Pupuk Indonesia, PT Petrokimia Gresik, dan PT Pupuk Kujang. Proses pengambilan contoh dilakukan secara langsung oleh petugas pengambil contoh atau PPC dari Balai Pengujian Standar Instrumen Tanah dan Pupuk. Sesuai dengan standar SNI 7763 tahun 2018, terdapat 17 parameter sifat kimia dan 2 sifat biologis yang menjadi persyaratan mutu pupuk organik padat. Persyaratan mutu wajib dipenuhi sebelum pupuk disalurkan ke petani. Jika terdapat satu saja parameter yang tidak lolos, maka produk harus dilakukan proses produksi ulang di pabrik untuk meningkatkan parameter mutu agar sesuai SNI 7763 tahun 2018. Setelah Balai Pengujian Standar Instrumen Tanah dan Pupuk mengeluarkan sertifikat uji mutu yang menyatakan pupuk lolos uji, maka pupuk siap didistribusikan ke petani di seluruh Indonesia. Sosialisasi dan penyuluh lapang merupakan suatu upaya untuk meningkatkan mutu dan kualitas pupuk organik petroorganik bersubsidi. Sosialisasi dan penyuluh lapang menjadi landasan dan pengembangan pupuk organik petroorganik bersubsidi sebagai pupuk yang ramah lingkungan dalam pertanian modern. Himpo Indonesia siap menjalankan amanah, menyuburkan bumi pertiwi Indonesia.
Grup April adalah salah satu penghasil pulp dan kertas terbesar dengan teknologi terkini dan terefisien di dunia. Lahan perkebunan dan pabrik berlokasi di Provinsi Riau, Indonesia, dengan kantor di Jakarta dan Singapura. Di April, pulp dan kertas berasal dari perkebunan legal dan melakukan produksi secara bertanggung jawab sesuai dengan kebijakan pengelolaan hutan berkelanjutan 2.0. Setiap tahun, kami menanam lebih dari 150 juta bibit pohon. Kami juga memiliki komitmen 1:1, yakni mengkonservasi 1 hektar lahan untuk setiap 1 hektar tanaman. Produk unggulan kami, Paper One, terbuat dari 100% serat terbarukan dari tanaman yang bersertifikasi PEFC yang dijual ke lebih dari 70 negara di seluruh dunia. Perusahaan yang baik adalah apa yang baik bagi masyarakat, negara, iklim, pelanggan, dan perusahaan. Hanya dengan demikian akan menjadi perusahaan yang berkelanjutan.
cetaknya dan juga sesuai dengan kebutuhan kita sehari-hari. Buat teman-teman semua yang ingin berkarir di industri pulp dan kertas, terutama di bidang yang saya tekuni saat ini, perbanyaklah ilmu pengetahuan tentang pulp dan kertas, terutama di bidang kimia. Dan jangan lupa untuk sering-sering mengecek website April.
Himpo Indonesia menjadi himpunan produsen pupuk organik yang berwawasan global, yang terus tumbuh dan berkembang, dengan mengedepankan kualitas.
Mundur. Thank you. Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, we are very lucky to get presenters who are from very expert in their field from various countries. Thank you, Professor, for being willing to attending as an invited speaker at this international conference. Here is general rule of the presentation. Each presenter has 15 minutes for presentation. I will remind the time after 13 minutes. Yes, Prof. 15, Prof. Not 50, Prof. And discussion will be had after all 3 or 4 presenters doing their presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's start with our first presenter. Please welcome Professor Dr. Tomoyuki Makino from Tohoku, Japan. And I'm going to read a short biodata of Professor Makino. Yeah. Professor Tomoyuki Makino from the Laboratory of Soil Science, Department of Agriculture, Tohoku University in Japan. Yeah. I have friend from Prof. Jambari, also from Tohoku. Yeah, you know, yeah, yeah. He had worked National Institute of Agro-Environmental Sciences as the group leader of hazardous chemical until 2018, yeah. Our former EIC of Soil Science and Plant Nutrition in 2022, yeah. And received the academic award from the Japanese Society of Soil Science and Plant Nutrition entitled Study on the Dynamics of Hazardous Elements in Soil and Reduction of Crop Absorption. Okay? Okay, Professor Tomoyuki Makino will deliver his presentation entitled Heavy Metal Contamination in Paddy Soils of Japan, Status, Regulation, and Examples of Countermeasures. Yeah? Okay, please, time is yours, Prof.
Thank you for the chairman, the introduction for me. It is my honor to be here to have a presentation. I really thank you for the conference to invite me to this place. And also, I'm thank to the Professor Shamin Mia, who is working in the Sydney University in Australia. He has introduced me to the conference. So, my presentation title is Heavy Metal Contamination in Paddy Soils of Japan, Status, Regulations, and Examples of Countermeasures. First of all, I'll show you the topics of my presentation. The first one is an overview and distribution of heavy metal contamination in Japan. The second one is promising technologies to mitigate cadmium contamination in soil and rice. The last one is a trade-off relation between arsenic and cadmium in rice and methods for simultaneous reduction, both of them. As you can see, this slide shows a topographical map of Japan. Japan is a mountainous country, and reflecting the topographical feature, the most dominant land use in Japan is forest land, and followed by the agricultural land. The industrial area is just 0.4%. So Japan is a mountainous country and one of the volcanic countries. So volcanic ash soil has unique properties such as much amount of soil organic carbon and kind of the minerals such as like the ferrihydrite or alphen, which can effectively absorb the heavy metals to the soil. So we have a question, how about the heavy metal contents in Japanese soil? So this slide shows natural abundance of heavy metals in Japanese soil and world soil. This column is a Japanese soil, and this one is a world soil. The data of the world soil is obtained from the book of Kabata Pendius. And as you can see, most of the elements in the soil between Japan and world is comparable. So average value of the natural abundance is similar between the Japanese soil and world soil. But however, this slide shows a geochemical map of Japan for sorry. The left side is arsenic contamination in Japan, and the right one is cadmium. The red one indicates the highly polluted area. So some areas are highly polluted, like this, with arsenic and cadmium in Japan. This slide shows standards of the standards value of the cadmium and arsenic in rice. The codex, who is one of the international organization belong to the WHO and FAO and WHO determined the international standard value for the cadmium and arsenic in the rice, like this, in the 2006, the cadmium, and 2016, for the inorganic arsenic in rice. So, and also about 40% of Japanese cadmium intake is from rice. And also this is quite impressive value. This shows a high excess rate of Japanese brown rice to arsenic standards. So this is the arsenic standards of the Codex and the EU and China. This is excess rate to standards in Japanese rice. So for example, the arsenic concentration in the rice is dependent on the year, but it's a maximum year in the 2012. For example, the excess rate to the standards to the EU is 22% of Japanese rice. So we need to develop the methods for reduce the cadmium and the arsenic in rice. So this is countermeasures for reducing cadmium concentration in rice. There are conventional methods and new methods. For the conventional methods, including the soil dressing and submerged flooding condition. And as a new method, we have developed soil washing and phyto extraction and development of low cadmium rice variety. I now working in the Tohoku University. Before working in the Tohoku University, I have worked in the National Institute of Agricultural Science in Japan until 2018. This research output is both of them. I mean, I have conducted in the Institute of Agriculture, National Institute, and also Tohoku University. Both of the data is included in this slide, in my slides. This is first one is I will show you the water management. This is a cadmium concentration in the soil solution during the cultivation period. The horizontal axis is a cultivation period, and the cadmium in the soil solution. And this is a drained condition. This is a flooded continuous flooded condition. In the flooded condition, the cadmium concentration is quite low, but once drained the paddy water, then the cadmium concentration in the solution is rapidly increases, like this, more than 100 times higher. And reflecting the soil solution concentration of the cadmium, the cadmium concentration in brown rice is mentioned here. The flooded condition is so low compared to the drained, once drained condition. So the water management is a cost-effective method to decrease cadmium contamination in rice. This slide shows the mechanism of the cadmium reduction by the water management, which is EHPH diagram calculated by the Gibbs free energy. The horizontal axis is a pH. This is a EH, the redox potential. If paddy field is covered with the water, then the soil will gradually decrease. The soil redox potential gradually decreased, and form the cadmium, the sulfate, change to the sulfide, and then the cadmium and the cadmium ion and the sulfide ion react, and then cadmium sulfide will be precipitated. And the cadmium sulfide is generated under the reduced condition, which is hardly dissolved and caused the cadmium mitigation in the soil solution and rice plants. This is a mechanism of this of the water management. Next one is soil washing. Soil washing is first application of the chemicals. We apply the ferric chloride as a washing chemical. As a washing chemicals. Then the soil and water has mixed, then extract the cadmium from soil to the solution, and then the cadmium polluted drainage is sent to the treatment system installed on site. And the purified water was released to the agricultural canal and water washing. This slide shows the efficiency of the cadmium extraction with various chemicals from the three soils. We applied these kinds of chemicals, including the neutral salts, strong acids, and chelating materials, also ferric chloride. The ferric chloride showed a high efficiency extraction. It's comparable to the strong acid or chelating materials. So finally, we have decided that the ferric chloride is optimal for the washing as a washing chemical. This slide shows a reaction mechanism, extraction mechanism of the ferric chloride. This axis indicates the pH, soil pH, and the vertical is a ferric iron concentration in the solution, in the extracted solution. So if we add the ferric chloride to the soil, the reaction will be caused. So it means once the ferric chloride ionized to the ferric ion and the chloride ion, the ferric ion is produces the ferric hydroxide. So on the proton can decrease the soil, but and then the gradually decrease along with this equation. But around 2 to 3, pH 2 to 3, the reaction will be stopped because of the solubility products of the ferric hydroxide. So around this pH can provide the optimal pH to extract the cadmium from the soil without fatal damage to the soil property. So primary extraction mechanism is a proton release along with the ferric hydroxide formation, hydroxide ferric chloride. So this slide shows the relative abundance of various cadmium species. Sorry, some character is hidden in the slide. So this is calculated by the MinTech program. Then we applied the three kinds of the iron materials, including the sulfate, chloride, and nitrate. So sorry, I'm so sorry. So that this blue one indicates the cadmium free. The species of the cadmium in the solution is cadmium free, and this is complexation of the cadmium chloride. So I mean, if we use the ferric chloride, if we apply the ferric nitrate, so in that case, the most of the cadmium species in the soil solution in the extract is free cadmium. But if we apply the ferric chloride, cadmium chloride complexation is dominant in the solution, which can provide the easy extraction from the soil. So this is the effect of the soil washing on crystalline clay minerals analyzed by the XRD. So the no significant effect on the crystalline clay minerals is observed. This on-site washing and this slide is changes of soil cadmium content after the washing, and also rice grain cadmium and rice yield. So the on-site washing is effective to reduce cadmium in soils and rice. And the rice yield is comparable even after the soil washing. Next one is phytoextraction. We have applied the rice plant for the extraction, phytoextraction for the cadmium contaminated sites, because rice has many kinds of variety. So from the lowest cadmium variety and the highest cadmium variety. So we have applied highest cadmium variety. This slide shows systematic phytoextraction for cadmium contaminated paddy soils by high CD accumulating rice plant like this, and the on-site drying of the rice straw, and then at the incineration center we burn out the rice straw and recovery of cadmium. This is the changes of soil cadmium after phytoextraction with chokokok. Chokokok is the name of the variety, rice variety. So like this, after 2 or 3 years phytoextraction, 20 to 40% of soil cadmium were decreased, like this. And also this slide the changes of rice cadmium after phytoextraction with chokokok variety. So 40 to 50% of cadmium in rice grain were decreased.
2 minutes again, Prof. 2 minutes. I'm sorry.
But because they asked me the 20 to 25 minutes
Okay, yeah.
actually. So, okay. Anyway, I will continue it. So this is developing new rice cultivars for phytoextraction. This is developing rice cultivar. The new one is now developing. This is the development of a low CD rice cultivar. The rice is ion beam is radiated to make the rice mutant. Then we analyze the cadmium concentration in the mutants more than 2,000. So then finally we have found the quite low mutation variety. then this is the agronomic trait of the mutant between the normal type and the new type. There is not so different among the between them. So this is a development of a genetic markers for breeding low cadmium rice. So the developed marker can be used to introduce the mutant gene into various cultivars easily. This slide shows the dynamics of arsenic and cadmium in paddy fields. So if paddy field is covered with water, then the soil is reduced. As I have mentioned that the cadmium changes to the cadmium sulfide. On the other hand, arsenate to change it to the arsenite. The adsorption activity of the arsenite is so low. So under the reduced condition, under the water flooding condition, the submerged water flooding shows the soil reduction. And then the arsenic is mobilized, but the cadmium is immobilized. And in the drainage condition, the vice versa reaction is caused. So it means the arsenic will be immobilized and cadmium is mobilized. So there is a trade-off relation between arsenic and cadmium on rice plant uptake in terms of water management. So need to determine the method for simultaneously reducing arsenic and cadmium in rice grain. So this is a research strategies for simultaneously decrease arsenic and cadmium in rice. The water management to simultaneously decrease cadmium and arsenic. And the second one is water-saving cultivation with low cadmium rice cultivar. In this presentation, I will show you the flooding cultivation with inhibition materials for arsenic uptake by rice plant. And this is the application of the iron materials. We have applied the three kinds of materials, including steel slag, iron oxide, and zero valent. This is a concentration of arsenic and cadmium in rice grain in the field experiment. This is the arsenic concentration, and this is the cadmium concentration. We have applied 7 sites, and the order is the first one is a no treatment and slag, iron oxide, and ZVI, zero valent iron. You can see the number for ZVI is quite is effective to decrease the arsenic in the rice grain. So the flooding cultivation with inhibition materials, the iron materials, especially ZVI, is can reduce the arsenic and simultaneously decrease the arsenic and cadmium in rice. This is a synchrotron analysis of the soil after the application of the iron materials. So if we apply the ZVI, the arsenopyrite is dominant in the soil. So the formation of arsenopyrite is in the ZVI is suggesting this is a mechanism of the ACE mitigation in brown rice due to the suppression of arsenic release from the soils. Mr. Shibata, who is my student, will present arsenic mitigation by iron materials tomorrow. Please listen his presentation. This is a summary. I'll shorten. I'll skip this. Thank you for your attention, and welcome to Tohoku University.
Thank you very much, Professor Tomoyuki Makino, for the very nice presentation. So we move to the second presentation by Zoom. First, I will greeting Dr. Kotrokso. Good afternoon. Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Everyone.
Okay. So, Dr. Kotrokso from Hungarian University of Agriculture and Life Sciences, Department of Agro-Environmental Studies, Budapest, Hungary. field of expertise, soil organic matter changes, soil microbiological processes, and biological activity.
Okay, welcome everyone.
Please present your presentation, Doctor.
Yes, can you
50
see my?
minutes. I'm so sorry. The time
okay,
only 50 minutes, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Welcome everyone, and it's honor to be here. And thank you for the invitation for this conference. In my presentation today, I would like to present some result, a long-term study in Hungary, Europe. The title of my presentation, the impact of climate change on soil organic matter stock and biological processes. Climate has both direct effect of soil carbon balance through the biological processes as well as indirect effect, changes in vegetation, rhizosphere effect, or organic matter input. Increased temperature can cause accelerated decomposition of the soil, the soil organic matter, which cause carbon loss from the soil. In most of Europe, but I think in many countries, the world as well, a high degree of soil degradation is very typical. The changing climate and land use affect the amount of organic matter in the soil. The stock, which defining element of soil's good condition and ability to provide nutrients, contribute to the soil water retention capacity. Along with warming, evapotranspiration increases, drought periods became more frequent and longer. As well as extreme weather during in the growing seasons. Together, these processes determine the carbon turnover of the soils, that is, which part of the organic matter input goes into the soil permanent carbon stocks, and which part is used.
I'm so sorry,
Yes.
Dr. Zod. We still have problem with share screen.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so wait a minute.
Maybe
Yeah.
here, this way, it's okay.
Yeah.
Yes, maybe.
Oh,
So use this
you can
screen.
send your presentation with the organizing committee. Puita, you have?
Can my presentation?
Oh, say so. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Can you see now?
Okay, yes.
Yes, okay. So since so this process is very important because since soil organic matter doesn't have precisely defined chemical compound, and soil organic carbon is usually measured and more often in scientific research because the soil organic matter is not a precisely defined chemical component. These measurement methods aim to determine the active carbon content of the soil, which includes the carbon stored in the soil microbiome, biomass, or soil organic matter and carbohydrate molecules. The resulting labile carbon content is more sensitive to soil amendment than the total organic carbon content. The proteins of different origin are also part of organic matter. Their biological role is well characterized by the fact that they are present in all living cells and are a defining part of soil organic matter stock. However, the proteins produced during the microbial activity are more significant. Essential soil proteins are the glomalin-related soil proteins produced by the arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi, which are proportional to the amount of mycorrhizal fungi found in the soil. The main objectives of the research was to get to know how long-term removal or dumping of different organic matter affect the active carbon content and the microbial activity in forest soils. Also, how these treatments affect the amount of glomalin protein associated organic matter and mycorrhizal fungi. Overall, our aims was to compare a long-term organic matter manipulation experiment, the effect of removal or doubling of organic matter after 23 years treatment. This is a long-term treatment. Our research area is located in Hungary in Central Europe, and the area is protected from 1972. And this is the place where we established the dirt, detritus input and the removal treatment in 2000. This is a long-term organic matter manipulation experiment where we influencing the organic matter content of the soil.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
Yes.
Dr. Sot, we asked you to share your presentation.
Sorry.
Yeah. Please share your presentation in Zoom.
Can you see my presentation?
No.
No.
Yeah. Not yet. Okay. Yeah. Let you share. Thanks.
And
That's
now?
right. Okay. Yes, that's good. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Sorry,
thank you.
Slideshow.
So this is the research area. Slide.
Can you make it slideshow, please?
Okay. This. Can you see my the next slide?
Yeah.
Yep, we can see it, but can you make it a big slideshow?
Slideshow.
Here.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Slideshow, please.
This is slideshow in my computer.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. So we in this experiment we influencing the organic matter in the plot in 24 years ago. So this is a long-term experiment. The following treatments are used in this area. I will present them briefly. We have 8 treatments. You can see here the slide, and in every treatment have 3 repetition. So this is the control plot with the normal liter input, liter as an organic matter. The no liter input, in case of these treatments, the above ground organic matter input are excluded from the plots, and we remove the leaf litter continuously in every year, as you can see. The double litter treatment, in case of this treatment, the above ground litter, leaf litter input are doubled by adding litter removed from the previous no litter plots. And the double wood treatment, in case of this treatment, the plots were covered by normal quantity of leaf litter, but the above ground wood debris input are doubled in adding wood to each plot in every year. The no root input, the plots were trenched around 40 centimeter wide and 100 centimeter deep, and the root-proof foil was put into the trench, and then the trench was filled back with the soil. And to eliminate the root production, plants were cleaned and cut from the plot. The no input treatment is a treatment that is combination of the previous no root and no litter inputs. There is no surface litter, there is no root litter, and there is a trend. This is a trend plot. Here we can see the methods we used in the laboratory, but I will not tell about them in detail in the lack of time. The results show the more important parameter is a soil organic carbon. Here we can see the change of the soil organic carbon. These data, what we can see is measured 23 years after the establishment of the plot, and the difference is clearly visible. In the top 5 centimeter layer, which means the top 5 centimeter of the mineral soil under the litter cover, the soil organic carbon content of the double litter treatment showed significantly higher values than that of the litter withdrawal treatments, no litter, no roots, and no input, and similarly as a control and the double wood plot. The double wood and the control treatments differ from surface litter removal treatment with also significantly high with higher values. The significant differences between the treatments also visible in 5 to 15 centimeter depth. The control treatments show the significant differences from the double litter treatments and the withdrawal treatment without surface litter. In both
5 minutes
cases,
again, Prof.
yes,
I'm
in
so
both
sorry.
cases, these differences represent the doubling removing surface litter. The next parameter was the permanganate oxidizable carbon content. Is very this carbon content is a part of the soil organic matter that is easily accessible to the microbes. According to or results, the long-term organic matter withdrawal caused a significant decreases in labial carbon content. The double in this case, the double litter plot was significantly different from the litter withdrawal treatment. However, the withdrawal treatment also differed significantly from the doubling treatment in this labial carbon content. In the deeper layer, this trend is persistent, but the difference is leveled off. The dehydrogenase enzyme activity is a overall biological active measure and indicate the overall biological activity of the soil, indicates the functional of living cells. the trend in the soil dehydrogenase enzyme activity, which has developed continuously since the start of the treatment, are well visible. This figure. Soil dehydrogenase enzyme activity differed significantly between the different treatment 22 years after the beginning of the treatment. As you can see, our results show that enzyme activity of the withdrawal treatment were significantly decreased compared to the doubling treatment, and the same tendencies are the similar in the lower soil layer. The glucosidase enzyme is a very interesting and very important parameter because it indicates the soil organic degradation, organic matter degradation in the soil. And for this important player in the decomposition processes and other organic substances processes. In case of this enzyme, the withdrawal treatments also show the lowest values in the upper soil layer and show the significant differences compared to the doubling treatment. In the lower soil depth, the double wood differed significantly from the withdrawal treatment, but these differences was so smaller. The glomalin-related soil proteins is an important parameter. The glomalin important in the soil is, as I said, it produced by AMF fungi, and its quantity is proportional to the mycorrhizal level of the soil. It is significant in the formation of soil structure and in binding of various other organic components. This glomalin contributes to the improvement on soil aggregate stability. In case of degraded or disturbed soil, it is a good indicator parameter of soil development and the land use. Based on our current knowledge, the glomalin proteins has two fractions: the easily extractable glomalin and the difficultly extractable glomalin. In our case, the amount of easily extractable glomalin in the upper layer was significantly different from the withdrawal treatment. In the deeper layer, the double wood was different from the withdrawal treatment, and no root was different from the doubling treatment. In case of difficultly extractable glomalin in a lower figure, the doubling treatment differed significantly for the withdrawal treatment and the upper layer, and this trend was also true for in the deeper layer and deeper soil layer, and the equalization is difference can be observed. At the upper layer, the outstanding difficultly extractable glomalin content of the doubling treatments can be observed. This type of glomalin is an inactive stable form in the soil. It's responsible for soil structure, while the easily extractable glomalin is a variable form and less resistant. The microbe use this easily extractable glomalin for they make nutrients from there. And finally, our conclusion that in long term, the removal of litter and the accompanying decrease in organic matter has much greater effect in biological activity than increased litter input. In active carbon content of the soil similar to the biological activity, in long term, the withdrawal treatments showed a greater difference from the control treatment. Degradation of soil, both physical and chemical, occurs. The food source of microbes is reduced, and thus their abundance also reduced. This reduces the nutrient content and degrades the soil structure. On
I'm
the
so
other
sorry,
hand,
Dr. Zul.
sorry?
You can make faster because we only have 1 minute again.
Okay,
Right.
this is the last slide. Sorry.
Okay.
So as a result of favorable microclimatic conditions, the labial carbon decomposes faster in the soils of the double litter treatment than in control of double wood soils. On the other hand, the total amount of soil organic carbon increase in these treatments. The turnover of labial carbon and the more stable glomalin protein accumulation was significantly higher in the soil with higher activity as a result of more organic matter input. In practice, this means that the water retention capacity of the soil improves. It can withstand dry periods better, improve soil health as a carbon retention, biological activity, nutrient content, and structure. Finally, I would like to thank my research team and thank you for our attention for the conference.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Zul, for the important presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Now, I would like to invite our third presenter, Professor Dr. Kamaluddin from University Pertanian Malaysia, Malaysia. He will present his presentation, which entitled Maize Yield Performance Using Soil Amendment. So, Professor Kamaluddin, he is fertilizer technology and soil fertility from Department of Land Management, University Malaysia, member of International Collaboration for Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture. Professor Kamaluddin, time is yours. Please. Is this? You can make all this. This? Okay. You can open this.
No. Is there any laptop can set up here? Hmm? So you will change, eh? You change. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to everybody.
Today I would like to present the slide like maize yield performance using the soil amendments. Please next. So for our research, first, if you have the good idea about what is our research element, so it will be good for our research. So for the science research, any science research, we have the three research element. So research element name is subject, treatment, parameter. Subject, treatment, parameter. Any research have the three element. We call the name research element. Subject, treatment, parameter. And what is the meaning of subject? If I do research about the maize, so maize will be my subject for my research. If I do research about the rice, so rice will be the subject for this research. The next element, the treatment. When you apply any treatment or method, any technology, to see the effect, either positive effect or negative effect. So this we consider the treatment. Like example, the soil science, fertilizer management. If the entomology like pesticide management. So depend on the field of the study, so we can select the treatment. And after the treatment, we have to take the data measurement, data collection. So data collection, we consider the parameter. Like plant height, chlorophyll content, nitrogen content, the yield content. These we will consider the parameter. So these are the basic three research elements for any research. So when we prepare our title or objective, introduction, so we need these three things: subject, treatment, parameter. So today, actually, I talking about this because it is good for our quality thesis and publication. Because recently we developed the technique KSI, keyword sequence importance. Keyword sequence importance, KSI. And this technique now is one of the course in our university for the master's and postgraduate student, the PhD student. So if you write any quality thesis publication using the KSI, it will be good for our first publication. Next. So when we write our thesis, like subject, treatment, parameter for our introduction, so we have to follow the percent importance among these three elements. That means if I want to write the introduction, about the subject I can write only 10%, about the treatment I can write 20%, and about the wall parameter I can write like 70%. So if I select the like totally 5 or 6 keyword, so 1 keyword comes from the subject, or 1 or 2 keyword come from the treatment, and 3, 4 keyword come from the parameter. Please next. So this is the basic layout. Before, normally we select the keyword after the finish of the paper. But if you beginning the write of the paper, if you select the keyword, then if you write the introduction, background, published statement, it will be good for our quality thesis and first publication. It will be easier. So here we see the basic, the layout for our background of any introduction. We select the keyword, 5, 6 keyword, and we also give the percent importance. And if we write the one introduction, like we need around 20 to 30 the citation. So these 20 to 30 citation we can divide according to the percent importance. Then we will get the number of the citation under every keyword. So if you have the keyword like around 30 citation, then we know under every keyword how many citation we need. So this technique will be helpful for quality write up and introduction. So this is the basic idea how we can write using the KSI technique for our thesis or publication. Next. So anyhow, so now for my research, like we discussed about the biochar and the compost. Because although all over the world, the chemical fertilizer are more popular. But due to the environmental effect, the soil pollution, if we use the soil amendment, like biochar compost, it will be good for to maintain the quality of the soil and also increase the quality of any crop. So, biochar is a carbon-rich materials, and it can produce under the low temperature, like less than 700 centigrade, low oxygen, and also biochar we can name another name of pyrolysis. So especially if the soil is acidic condition, like less than pH like less than 5, we consider the acidic soil. So under the acidic soil, there is a problem due to the character of the soil and less nutrient availability. So it will affect to the soil character, also the quality of the soil, also the production of the yield. Next. Next. So we have the different type biochar. Rice husk biochar, empty fruit branch, chicken manure. So here, from the biomass of any product, we can do the burning process or the pyrolysis process, then we can get the biochar. Next. So if we improve the biochar of the products, so we can use the 3 techniques: physical application, chemical, and the biological application to improve the quality of the biochar. So this is like chemical, the physical oxidation system. If you have the raw biochar, through the thermal process increase the temperature, then finally we can get the oxidized the biochar. Another system, the chemical oxidation, because fresh biochar and oxidized biochar is different. Normally from the fresh biochar is not suitable compared to the oxidized biochar. So if you fresh biochar produce as oxidized biochar, so what is the procedure? We can add different type of concentration of the hydrogen peroxide in the water bath system. Then when we check the pH, if the pH more below the 5 or below 6, then we have to increase the pH using the sodium hydroxide. Okay, next. So due to the oxidized biochar happen, what is happening in the soil characteristics? Especially you see if the oxidized biochar, it increases the nutrient absorption, increase the soil pH, and increase the microbial activity. For this it will help to increase the quality of the soil and to maintain the health quality of soil and increase the production of the crop. Next. So this is the dynamics for the biochar. Due to the biochar, especially the aged biochar, the biological function will be more, they produce the more nitrogen, and they can the greater uptake, especially the ammonium nitrate. Next. So this is one of the research using the biochar and also the lime, dolomite lime. So here we use the different type the rice husk biochar, 10 to 15 ton per hectare with the 100% lime, sometimes 50 or 75. So combination of the different combination, the limestone and the biochar. Then we see here 10 ton per hectare the rice husk biochar with the lime. They can minimize the soil pH around 6, which one is good for the more nutrient availability and more increase the yield of the rice. Next. Regarding another nutrient, the phosphorus is very important. So due to the acidic condition, phosphorus also less available. So when you apply the mixing with the biochar and the limestone, so phosphorus availability will be increased and it will help also to increase the quality of yield of the crop. Next. So here we see with the different combination of biochar and also the microbes, we found the yield is more increased in the like T6 treatment. That means if we apply the biochar with the, so then we can get the more yield. Then same also available phosphorus also will be increased due to the application of the biochar dolomite. Next. 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 Another also the research, if we apply the biochar with the microbes, then we found it will also help to increase the soil pH or also increase the crop yield of any crop. So under this experiment, we use the two type the microbes, Bacillus aryabhathi, another Bacillus Pseudomonas aeruginosa. But with the application of the 10% oxidized biochar and also combination of the Pseudomonas aeruginosa, the microbial activity, we found the production of the yield of the crop is higher compared to other treatment. Go next. So we have another experiment like combination of the rice-husk biochar and also the different level of the phosphorus, TSP. So from here we found the combination of the rice-husk biochar and the TSP, they produce the more the weight for the fresco weight. Also the yield of the maize is increasing due to the application of the rice-husk biochar with the phosphorus fertilizer. Next. So regarding the nutrient uptake also same thing happened, especially the phosphorus uptake and potassium uptake we will found due to the application of the rice-husk biochar, 75 rice-husk biochar, then with the different phosphorus fertilizer. So this one another experiment, we use the different the percent of the lime and also the 10-ton rice-husk biochar and also the different level of the triple superphosphate. Next. Okay, next. So here we can see some physiological data like chlorophyll. Chlorophyll also found the more when we apply the like 10 to hectare the rice-husk biochar and 50% triple superphosphate and 75% lime. And also next. So combination application of the 75 lime and 10 to the rice-husk biochar plus 100% TSP, they produce the highest fresco weight and the yield of the maize compared to the other treatment. That means when we apply combination with the minimum level of the lime and the 10 ton RHB and the full dose of the TSP, it will helpful to increase the yield of the crop. Okay, next. Next. So another experiment like compost. Compost also good to change the character of the soil and to maintain the health, quality of the health of the soil and increase the crop production. So under this experiment, we use the banana Pseudomonas sap. Like we collect the banana plant, then we cut it, different small piece. Then after the grinding, and then we produce the sap from the banana Pseudomonas, the plant. Then we also use the mushroom, the media, and also with the chicken manure. So combination of the different ratio of the mushroom media, the chicken manure, and the different ratio of the banana Pseudomonas, then we found the yield of the crop is increasing. Next. So this is the preparation, how we can prepare the compost, and then we can mix the material with the compost.
I'm sorry.
Okay, next.
2 minutes left.
Okay, next. So these are some findings we found, like the banana Pseudomonas, the banana pseudostem sap with the foliar spray. And also combination with the compost, they produce the highest the yield and the crop yield of the plant. Okay, next. So the another recycle of the experiment, we also found with the combination of the compost, like 10 ton per hectare, and foliar spray of the banana pseudomonas stem, then we found the yield is more increasing compared to the other treatment. Next. Regarding the nutrient uptake also, we found that the compost combination with the foliar spray of the banana pseudomonas stem, then they increase the nutrient uptake. Okay, next. So this is the conclusion of all the under the different experiment, like 75% lime plus 10 ton per hectare the rice as biochar plus 100% TSP produce the, and the 50% TSP produce the more significantly to increase the yield. And compost biochar moisture like 10 to 15% hectare, along with the combination of the 3 times the foliar application of the banana pseudomonas stem, increase the productivity of the crop. And foliar spray of banana pseudomonas sap individually has significant influence on nutrient uptake, growth, and yield of maize. So finally, the use of the biochar and compost nutrient source with the phosphorus can be considered one of the best management option for changing the yield productivity and sustainable soil fertility for the longer time period. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kamaluddin, for the very nice presentation. And we still have one presenter, Professor Muhammad Mahmudur Rahman from Global Center for Environmental Remediation, the University of Newcastle, Australia. I will greet Professor Rahman. Hello. Good afternoon, Professor Muhammad Mahmudur Rahman. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon. Just a minute. I will share my presentation. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Professor Muhammad Mahmudur Rahman will present which is entitled Arsenic in Rice from Bangladesh, Geographical Variation, Cancer Risk and Mitigation Option. So the time is 15 minutes. Please start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for to the organizer for inviting me. And today I am going to present about some of our experiment based on arsenic in rice from Bangladesh. So my presentation title is Arsenic in Rice from Bangladesh, Geographical Variation, Cancer Risk and Mitigation Option. Okay. So what is arsenic? As we know that arsenic is one of the carcinogen element and it has been classified as a cancer causing reagent which can impact our body system, especially the internal organ like skin, lungs, bladder and uterus. So the main arsenic exposure to human mainly occurred due to the drinking of arsenic contaminated water. As we know that in many Asian countries and even other like North and South American countries, we are using underground water as a potable water, and that contain arsenic, which actually which cause exposed to the people. Secondly, as we are using arsenic contaminated water for irrigating our food crop, especially the dry season crop, rice. So that actually arsenic is accumulating by the most of the cereal crop like rice, wheat, corn. So that is another issue. Arsenic can enter in our food chain. So beside arsenic, beside the groundwater used for drinking, cooking and other domestic purposes, as I mentioned, that is also extensively used in irrigating crop. And in Bangladesh, rice is the main staple food for the population, and that's why the transfer of arsenic from groundwater into rice has been well documented, and we have published the first paper on arsenic in Bengal in rice from the Bengal Delta. Bengal Delta means Bangladesh and India. So in 2001, before that there was no research article was available on arsenic in food chain from that region. So I can talk about that, like, okay, arsenic, because why? Rice, almost half of the world population consume rice, especially the Asian people. And in Bangladesh, India, and some other countries, even rice is consumed 3 times in a day. So the amount of rice is much higher compared to the developed country. In developing country, it's much higher. So one of the West Bengal, India studies shows that when arsenic in drinking water is less than 3 microgram per liter, whereas the WHO, World Health Organization guideline value is 10 microgram per liter. That time, if our cooked rice contain more than 200 microgram per kg, which is ppb, that can cause to the genotoxic effect to the human. Genotoxic effect means it can alter the DNA. So although the drinking water arsenic contamination is very much low, but due to the hyperaccumulator, as rice is the hyperaccumulator, so that can cause cancer to the human. And that one well documented in 2015 study from West Bengal. So now, suppose I am in Australia. What's about in Australian context? The arsenic contamination in water system is very low in Australia, because the guideline value, although the guideline value of arsenic in drinking water in by WHO is 10 microgram per liter, whereas in Australia we are more protective. Our guideline value is 7. We have some arsenic problem, but that is coming especially from the mining activities, especially from the zinc, lead mine, pyrites mine, and gold mine. But although we produce rice, but very less quantity. So most of our rice we actually imported from Asian countries. So even we are not living in arsenic contaminated areas in Australia. So, but due to the global trade, because we import a lot of rice from Asian countries like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Thailand. So somehow we are exposed to arsenic through our rice, especially the Asian migrant. Okay, as you know that Australia is a migrant country. So although rice may be harvested in Bangladesh, processed and packed in maybe different countries, but ultimately we can be exposed where arsenic contamination is not there. So this is a global problem. It's not anymore regional problem, but because many special experts told us that it's only Southeast Asian problem, not other countries' problem. But now it is a global problem. So let me share some information about arsenic concentration in Australian rice and imported rice. So this study we have conducted back in 2014, where we have actually basically analyzed most of the rice sample available in the supermarket. And if you see that the brown rice contain much higher arsenic compared to the other rice samples. Even some of the rice like a Sushi rice also contain very high level of arsenic. And most of the studies from worldwide, they look after the total arsenic concentration, whereas in our study, we have done the chemical form of arsenic, because the arsenic form is very, very important. Like as we know that inorganic arsenic is much more toxic than organic arsenic. Organic arsenic like monomethyl arsenic acid and dimethyl arsenic acid, these are very commonly present in seafood, and we are exposed through seafood, but these are less toxic. Whereas in Bangladesh, the drinking water as well as rice, both contain inorganic arsenic, which is much more toxic than organic arsenic. This is another study one of my PhD student conducted. Actually, this is based on, as you know, that most of the rice products are available in the supermarket, especially the kids and toddler. They consume a lot of rice crackers, rice milk, rice base, ready to eat rice, baby rice. So we just wanted to know how much arsenic is present. As I mentioned, that maybe due to the global trade, although the food company, they source rice from different countries, mix it, and then prepare the rice-based diet. So if you see that the total arsenic and inorganic arsenic content of the rice based snacks, if you see the 100 is the basically the European Union guideline for arsenic in rice for adult, whereas for adult is 200 microgram per kg, but for children it is 100. So it is children are more vulnerable from the arsenic exposure from rice-based product. I'm talking a little bit faster because I have only 15 minutes. Okay, so this is the geographical variation study from Bangladesh. In this study, we have analyzed 965 rice sample collected from different market. Sorry, not different market. It's from the field site, and we covered 20 administrative district of Bangladesh. Okay. So these are the result, and if you see that even the range is from 3 to around 700 microgram per kg. When we compare with other study from Bangladesh and India, if you see that this is the largest study we have done in 2017, this is one of my PhD student work, and other studies, although like one study from Aberdeen University mentioned that arsenic could be contained even around 2 ppm, but it is only based on the 13 sample. So when we compare the rice samples, rice arsenic in Bengal Delta, usually the mean arsenic concentration is less than 200 microgram per kg, which is the European Union guideline value for arsenic in rice for adult. Okay. Only few samples may be exceeded more than 200 microgram per. So maximum concentration may be higher, but it could be only for few samples. No, but most of the sample contain less than 200 microgram per kg. Then the inorganic arsenic, as I mentioned, that inorganic arsenic is much more toxic than organic arsenic. So if you see that around 60 to 98%, even 100%, some study shows that arsenic can be in inorganic arsenic from Bangladesh and India. In US, it is opposite because the organic arsenic DMA is much more predominant compared to the inorganic arsenic. So rice is another danger for the human in Bangladesh and India, especially Asian countries. I should not say that only Bangladesh and India, is for the whole Asian countries. Then this is one of the study where we have actually conducted different varieties of rice from Bangladesh field site. So different varieties of rice we have analyzed for arsenic concentration, and the arsenic concentration, the mean arsenic concentration varies from different varieties. We also consider like the different type of grain, like coarse grain, medium grain, and fine grain. And we have found that coarse grain rice contain more arsenic compared to the fine grain. Then we actually investigated from 12 districts of Bangladesh, the water sources, how water sources can influence, as in Bangladesh, most of the rice actually cultivated in dry season as well as wet season. So wet season, it's a rain-fed rice, whereas in Borodo rice, like we are using arsenic contaminated groundwater. So obviously, Borodo season rice contain much more arsenic compared to the rain-fed rice. Then we consider actually US EPA formula we have applied, and this one actually we have done through Monte Carlo simulation to estimate the cancer risk, non-cancer risk as well as cancer risk. And if you see that, and we have estimated for the different age group, that okay, how much rice they consume per day, and if the rice consume that much, what happened, what the cancer risk. So if you see that basically children between 2 to 10 years, they are the main vulnerable group for both boys and girls. When we compare our study with other study available for cancer risk, if you see that our study contain much more higher cancer risk compared to the other studies reported from the worldwide. So the summary is, as I mentioned, that definitely arsenic level in rice dominated by the location and variety. So there is a clear geographical variation is there. Okay, and inorganic arsenic contain much more because this is the dangerous one. So total arsenic is not, when we estimate the risk, we have to consider the inorganic arsenic. So arsenic species study is very, very important. So inorganic arsenic from rice actually poses significant risk to the especially children. Okay, and female groups are more vulnerable than the male group when we based on our result. Then we estimated the bioavailability of arsenic in rice. So why this study is required? Because most of the study globally, they estimated risk when they do the human health risk, they estimated based on the total arsenic concentration. But for our study, we have considered arsenic speciation as well as bioaccessible fraction, which is available, because bioavailable provide us that, okay, how much arsenic is actually absorbed in your GI tract. So if we consider 100%, that is actually overestimated the risk. So what we have done, we have actually considered 10 varieties of rice grown in Bangladesh, brought back that rice to imported to Australia, and then feed to the swine. So using swine model, we have estimated the bioavailability in different, and we have also different IV as well as orally. So, and we found that different rice varieties have different bioavailable fraction. The result shows about we have around 30 to 90% bioavailable arsenic is available. So if we consider 100%, that will definitely overestimate the risk. We have to consider the what type of rice people are consuming and what are the bioavailable fraction for that rice and what are the inorganic fraction of that rice. Then we can only estimate the actual risk from rice consumption. So we can understand that rice arsenic is a big problem, especially the people who are relying on arsenic rice-based diet. So what can be done? How we can minimize the arsenic concentration in rice varieties? So one of the option definitely through genetic engineering. So if we can breeding a new varieties of rice through genetic engineering, so if we can alter the gene which repels the arsenic from rice, that could be one of the option, and we can then promote that to grow that rice. Problem is that it's time consuming as well as very, very expensive. Second thing is, and another thing is it takes a long time, as I mentioned, but yield also is a big factor, because we can't, due to the increasing population, we can't compromise the yield. So productivity is important. Second option, we can do cultivation of upland rice because it need less water. Unfortunately, Professor McKinnon already presented that arsenic and cadmium chemistry, and cadmium and arsenic chemistry is just the opposite way. So if you use flooded condition, arsenic increase. When you use upland rice, so less water, then cadmium increase. So you have to optimize so that both arsenic and cadmium can be reduced in the rice. Then you can use the agronomic approach, like identification of existing rice cultivar, which can accumulate low arsenic, and then of course the water irrigation management. So I'll show some result of last couple of agronomic approach we have done in Bangladesh as well as glasshouse. So water management option we have done in one of the highly arsenic affected areas in Bangladesh. The soil arsenic concentration was around 16 ppm, and we have used two water management practice, continuous flooding as well as alternative wetting and drying condition. Sorry. The arsenic concentration and irrigation water was around 255 microgram per liter, and we have used 10 rice varieties for that study. And if you see that the variation is 9 to 39% grain variation for in we observe in continuous flooding compared to the alternative wet and dry. So although alternative wet and dry condition provide us less arsenic compared to the continuous flooding, but when we conducted speciation, arsenic speciation, like which form of arsenic is present, whether it is inorganic arsenic or organic arsenic, so we found there was no variation, no statistical variation. So although the total arsenic is minimized in alternative wet and dry condition, but still inorganic arsenic is the predominant. So that is the main harmful arsenic. So we have to be we have to be cautious for that one also. So of course there are a couple of varieties which actually contain less arsenic, like Binadhan 6 and Biridhan 47. These are the varieties from Bangladesh Rice Research Institute, which is widely cultivated in Bangladesh. So we can optimize the varieties as well as the water management option that can provide us a sufficient solution for reducing arsenic from rice. Second option, we have actually identified a few varieties from Bangladesh. So we investigated 46 rice varieties from Bangladesh Rice Research Institute, and we grown in one of the arsenic prone area, southern areas in Satkhira district. The soil arsenic concentration around 13 ppm, whereas the irrigation water contain about 100 ppb. And we found that Biridhan 47 and Biridhan 97 are the lowest arsenic accumulator. So these are the couple of, still we are working on Bangladesh, as well as we are working on both arsenic and cadmium. But I am only focusing here due to the time limitation, only focusing here only for arsenic. So these are the some of my publication, some of our publication from our group. Basically, we publish more than 150 publication and maybe 100 publication on food chain, but a lot of publication on based on arsenic mitigation from water also, using biochar, using clay and other materials, activated carbon. That is different one. And as I mentioned, that most of my studies are research actually conducted by our students. My previous former student and my present student, so I acknowledge them for their support, and I also acknowledge CRC Care, Profit Fund, and ACIAR for funding support to providing us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Muhammad Mahmudur Rahman, for your very nice presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the discussion session. Please raise your hand, state your agency or institution, and who the question is addressed to. So, please, ladies and gentlemen, raise your hand, Bu Neno.
Thank you, Bu Prof. Yani. I have question for Professor Tomoyuki and also Professor Muhammadur Rahman.
Okay.
Because this related, one is talking about cadmium, the other one is about arsenic. Yeah.
Okay.
It's very interesting for us because just a week ago, we have a meeting about, concerning about the content or concentration of those two metal in our rice, and how about the effect to our health. The question first for both of you is rice is a accumulator plant for those two, for cadmium and arsenic. The second is it have a same trend or how call it pola? A pattern of absorption of this cadmium and arsenic in maize or other crop, because both of you talking about rice. And the third, is it possible to use microorganism as a mitigation way? Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope understand the question. Yeah. Okay. That is for Professor Tomoyuki and also Professor Muhammadur Rahman. Yeah. May I have another one question?
Okay.
Okay. For Professor Kamaluddin, it's very interesting related with using of biochar and 10 ton FR-SP and 75% of the SP. You are mentioned about the sustainable agriculture. What I am concerned is it possible to have 10 ton or to apply 10 ton per seasons? Is this possible for use it? And I mean, it is feasible to use that? Okay, thank you. That's
Okay, thank you, Bu Nino from Ministry of Agriculture. So, okay, Professor Tomoyuki Lino, please respond the question. Maybe 2 or 3 questions, yeah, to Professor.
Sorry, the first one is the cadmium accumulation rice plant. Yes.
Is it rice as an accumulator plant?
Yes.
Or, yeah.
Accumulator rice plant. Yes.
For cadmium or even
for cadmium, only cadmium, not for the arsenic. So you mean the?
both. Yeah, because question is for you and another one for Professor Muhammadur Rahman. Yeah.
So you respond for your presentation only for the cadmium, yeah?
Yeah. You mean yes, the rice is a cadmium accumulator, high accumulation rice variety we have used. And what's the question in the first question?
Yeah, my question is just to make sure, is it rice is an accumulator plant of cadmium? Yeah.
No, not the mixture plant. Just you applied only the rice plant for the cadmium extraction from soils. Okay. So it's quite effective to but the rice variety is a kind of special, one of the special variety. So as you know, the cadmium concentration in the rice straw is very variable. So from the lowest to the highest, if we apply the highest cadmium rice variety, so it can be used to extract the cadmium from soils as for the cadmium extraction, phytoremediation. Sorry, and the second one is.
The second question.
The second question: can we use microbial have a remediation way or something like that?
Yes.
Microbial.
Microorganism. Yes.
Yeah, microorganism.
And Microorganism is available if the polluted substance is organic matter, because microorganism can decompose such kinds of pollutants. But as for the heavy metals, it cannot be decomposed. So that's why the microorganism cannot usually cannot apply to the remediation in the agriculture field. But sometimes microorganisms release a kind of chelating materials which can release from the soil to the water phase. So such kinds of the microorganism sometimes used for the mining productivity. Sometimes. Yes.
Okay,
it's okay.
Yes. Okay, Professor Muhammad.
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to provide. Yeah, thank you. So your first question was about the rice hyperaccumulator or not. Yes, rice is one of the hyperaccumulator for both arsenic and cadmium. Second question, is it only rice or other cereal? Yes, rice, maize, barley, these are the hyperaccumulator, but rice contain more arsenic and cadmium because we grow due to the growing condition, because we use waterlogged condition. That's why arsenic is rice is the hyperaccumulator for arsenic. It's coming from both contaminated water as well as from contaminated soil. Third question about your microorganism. Of course, there are certain bacteria and microorganisms are available. Even we have done some study about the plant growth promoting bacteria where we can reduce both arsenic and cadmium. But most of our studies we have actually investigated through rice and wheat. We have not done like a barley or other metals, other crops. Some of the legume crops we have used like chickpeas. We have also used like a mung bean for reduction of cadmium as well as arsenic. Okay, so if you check our papers, we have several papers on both arsenic and cadmium from our team. Is it do you need any more explanation?
It's okay. Okay.
Is it okay?
Okay, it's thank you. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thank
Okay,
you.
clear. Thank you very much, Professor Muhammad Mahmudur Rahman and Professor Kamaluddin. The question about the doses of biochar.
Thank you for your question. Actually, depend on the what type biochar we should use in the, especially for the farmers field. Normally, the rice as biochar, it will be easier to get any place of the country, because if the rice farmer have their own rice straw or so they can produce the easily rice biochar. So from our research, we found if you apply the 15 ton, that will be more, and also apply the 5 ton, the result is not good. So for this, the 10 ton per hectare is suitable to increase the yield. But this experiment actually done under the greenhouse condition in the pot experiment. But when you want to apply for the large scale, still maybe we need the experiment to confirm about the findings. But when we combination with the some like chemical fertilizer, of course it will reduce the rate of the hectare of the biochar. And I think rice as biochar easily can produce any area, so I think it can use for the 10 ton per hectare.
Okay, thank you. How about this? Okay, Pak Priyono, Prof. Priyono, please. Yeah.
Thank you. I have a little experience on the using biochars. Mostly I use charcoal from what you call party rice, and I think is it what you use from rice straw or something like that? Yeah. Okay.
Remove the upper part of the rice.
Oh, okay. The what we call
abu sekam.
Sekam.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. I
Rice,
use that.
rice husk. Yeah.
Is that in party rice or in dry land? You use in your experiment?
Actually, this we collect from the company. So I think that in Malaysia, this experiment I call in Malaysia. So I think that just normal rice.
Party sawah, right?
Yeah. Normal rice. Yeah.
From rice field.
Oh.
Yeah. But I think not per season, yeah, because me and Pak Benito have experience only once addition of biochar, and for the
for many years.
Yeah, 2 years is okay. We cannot give again gitu.
Because when I used in a dry land, one purpose of the using biochar is to increase the capability of soil to catch water. But in paddy rice, so maybe you have any interesting thing that you can use the capability of biochar to increase the quality of soil, like maybe cation exchange positive or something?
Yeah,
Is that,
pH, yeah.
Is that proof better for that, or maybe you have experience there? Thank you.
Yeah. How about your experiment?
Oh, this experiment actually the maize normally grow the dry condition.
Dry condition. Okay. Okay. So we have still.
Can I, excuse me, can I explain a little bit more about this one, the biochar condition, how it work?
Okay.
Okay, so basically, of course, the question was that, okay, the optimization of the biochar. Okay, so of course, biochar can be prepared from rice husk or rice straw that can be directly used, but the temperature, pyrolysis temperature actually plays a significant role. And what we have found that if you use low temperature like 400 to 500 degree, that and pH 4.5, that is actually work better for removing heavy metals, especially even in the which can help actually to enhance the soil health as well. Okay, so higher temperature maybe not that much feasible. So from New South Wales DPI and some other people also reported the same. So pyrolysis condition like a 400 to 500 pH 4.5, that actually work much better in this as a soil amendment. This is our experience from the research, I can tell. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we only have 5 minutes. If there is question, please raise your hand. Hello. No question? No question? Okay. Pak Prawito? Okay, okay. Okay. Please.
I think today I discuss about the like KSI technique. So actually this technique was developed by UPM, especially my group. And this technique now popular in UPM other some university, especially to write the quality thesis and the first publication for any researcher, any student and lecturer. So already I think many universities they established a course, research methodology for the masters and PhD student. Last year May I invited also UNS by Dr. Kamaria to teach this, the idea for the UNS student and also some lecturer. So I think I am happy to help, especially for Khidma. Because inshallah, if you follow this technique, it will be easier and very faster, also maintain the very quality thesis and publication. So if you're interested, please contact with us. We will give all the material, lecture, the syllabus, and also we publish the book, and also we have the KSI module. So KSI module means now under the 2 page only. From title until the conclusion, all the point we fix the key point. KSI means we fix the key point and proper sequence, and I means according to the importance, the volume, the size. So every key point, how much size, how many sentence or how many word or how many citation we have to write, we already developed. So I think if you get the idea, you don't need to write the again and again thesis and a different way. Just follow the same idea, follow about the world, and it will be easy and faster for everybody. Want to learn the more idea, more things about this technique, so we can give all the material. And if you want to arrange online or face-to-face any program, we are also happy to serve the facility. So now, I have only the KSI module 2 page. So I think he will give the paper. If you interested, just take the picture. And later, if you need any soft copy or hard copy, we can provide by free. We will not any charge, everything will be free. Yeah? Online seminar or face-to-face seminar, everything will be free. So our target for the khidmat of any researcher and how we can establish this course all about the world. So please also you can help us to about this the KSI technique. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Kamudin. Okay, I think the time is over. So thank you presenters and all participants for your excellent cooperation. So we will
will leave this session. We apologize if there are any short comings in carrying out my duties as a moderator, as facilitator in this session. Thank you, and I return this session to the Master of Ceremony. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the second plenary session. We would like to ask our honorable speaker and moderator to remain on stage because there will be a token of gratitude session. Once again, please, for Professor to please remain on the stage because we will have a token of gratitude session.
Please back to the stage for Professor.
We would like to invite Professor Dr. Engineering Sudadi MP as a representative professor of Soil Science Department to give the token of gratitude. Also, we would like to invite Professor Vita Ratri Cahyani as an editor-in-chief of Science Tanah Journal, and also Ms. Komaria PhD as an associate editor-in-chief of Science Tanah Journal. We'll be having a photo session of a token of gratitude session. Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to our keynote speaker and our moderator to the second global session. And also, ladies and gentlemen, it will be an online token gratitude, the certificate to our online speakers for Professor Kotosko Skol. And the next
Thank you very much.
And the next for Professor Muhammad Mahmudur Rahman as our online speaker today. Once again, we send our highest gratitude to all the keynote speakers and all the moderators of our second plenary session. Thank you.
Okay, our distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, today we will gather to honor outstanding contribution in Science Tanah as a reputable journal. We will celebrate their hard work, dedication, and innovation of scientists and researchers who have made a significant impact to Science Tanah Journal. Without any further ado, we would like to invite the Chief Editor of Science Tanah Journal, Professor Dr. Agricultural Science, Engineering Vita Ratri Cahyani MP, to deliver this Science Tanah Award. For Professor Vita Ratri Cahyani, the time is yours.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, 11 Maret University, or the representative, and Head of Soil Science Department, Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas 11 Maret, distinguished speakers and collaborative partners, the Honorable all members of Indonesian Society of Soil Science, all the head of Soil Science Department in Indonesia, all chief editor of journal in 11 Maret University, and from all universities around Seoul City, the distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Praise to God, Allah Almighty, the Lord of the universe, for His love and blessing to all of us. On behalf of the editorial team of Science Tanah, it is a great honor for me to welcome you again in this second International Conference of Science Tanah, Soil Science, Agriculture and Environment, ICOSATA 2024. The two plenary sessions have just been conducted successfully. Thank you so much to all our distinguished speakers for the insight contribution, as well as to all our honorable partners. We hope all the programs of the present ICOSATA are going smoothly and well. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, strong effort have been performed by the editorial and managerial team of Science Tanah Journal since the first edition that published in June 2001 until the present position as a journal indexed by Scopus, World 3, and has impact factor by Web of Science. We realize the existence and the achievement of Science Tanah Journal along the journey has been supported by all parties. So in this valuable moment, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to the parties with the excellent contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, let us to broadly present Science Tanah Award 2024. Please the slide. Okay. The award consisted 7 categories. The most cited paper in Google Scholar and Scopus by international authors. The most cited paper in Google Scholar by Indonesian author. The most cited paper in Scopus by Indonesian author. ICOSATA collaborative partners. Science Tanah collaborative partners. The highest article contributor. Science Tanah Inspiring Figure, and Lifetime Achievement Award. Let us to announce the awardee of Science Tanah Award 2024. The first category, the most cited paper in Google Scholar and Scopus, is awarded to the paper with the title, The Relationship Between the Normalized Different Vegetation Index, Rainfall, and the Potential Evapotranspiration in a Banana Plantation of Venezuela, with the first and corresponding author, Barlin Orlando Olivares Campos, from Universidad de Cordoba, Spain, published in Science Tanah, volume 18, number 1. Please give applause. The second category, the most cited paper in Google Scholar by Indonesian author. It is awarded to the paper with the title, Character derived from basaltic andesite materials and their association with old volcanic landform in Indonesia, with the first and corresponding author is Setio Purwanto from Indonesian Center for Agricultural Land Resource Research and Development, published in Science Tanah, volume 17, number 2. Category 3, the most cited paper in Scopus by Indonesian author, is awarded to the paper with the title, Phosphorus Availability as Affected by the Application of Organic Amendment in Ultisol with the first and corresponding author is Zainal Muktamar from Department of Soil Science, Bengkulu University, Muara Bangkahulu, Bengkulu, Indonesia. Published in Science Tanah, Volume 17, Number 1. Category number 4, ICOSATA Collaborative Partners. We have 8 excellent partners here, namely International Union of Soil Science, IUSS, Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, International Collaborative for Food Security and Sustainable Agriculture, ICFSA, Indonesian Society of Soil Science, or Himpunan Ilmu Tanah Indonesia HITI, and then Association of Soil Science Department in Indonesia, or APSITI, PT Rio Andalan Pulp and Paper, April, Himpunan Mitra Produsen Pupuk Organik HIMPO, and Asosiasi Crop Care Indonesia. Our deepest thanks to all these collaborative partners for supporting this second ICOSATA. Thank you so much. Category number 5, Science Tanah Collaborative Partners. We have 2 years here. The first, Senior Collaborative Partner, is awarded to Professor Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Panda from Central University of Rajasthan, India. The second, Young of Collaborative Partner, Muhammad Arif Hussein Jewel, PhD, from Department of Agricultural Engineering, Sere Bangla Agricultural University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. These 2 scientists perform multi-roles in their contribution as reviewer, as expert in delivering special courses, and expert in training of scientific article writing, as collaborative partner and author for the joint research and joint publication. Next, category number 6, the highest article contributor. The first, Dr. Insinyur Eko Hanudin, MP IPU ASEAN Engineering, from Department of Soil Science, Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. The second, Professor Dr. Insinyur Jauhari Samsiah, MS, Department of Soil Science, Faculty of Agriculture, 11 Maret University, Indonesia. We invite and welcome to more participants and more article contributor to having publication in Science Tanah. Category number 7, Science Tanah Inspiring Figure, is awarded to Professor Dr. Insinyur Mujio, SPMP, Department of Soil Science, Faculty of Agriculture, 11 Maret University, Indonesia. Professor Mujio has been inspiring us how to struggle in managing this journal. He kindly shared the strategy in dealing with various constraints in managing the Science Tanah. The last, category number 8, Lifetime Achievement Award, is awarded to Insinyur Sri Hartati, MP, Department of Soil Science, Faculty of Agriculture, 11 Maret University. Ibu Tati has supported in the management of Science Tanah along her dedication as lecturer in the Department of Soil Science, Faculty of Agriculture, 11 Maret University, until her retirement this September 2024. Congratulations to all awardees of Science Tanah 2024. For this awardee who present in this forum, the second ICOSATA, we invite you to come to the stage to receive the certificate. For the awardee who were not present today in this venue, we will send the award certificate to the respective awardee. There is a special reward to the respective awardee of Science Tanah Award 2024 in the form of motivational prize of publication voucher to be free and charged for publication in Science Tanah, which can be applied within the forthcoming 2 years from this August 2024 until August 2026. Again, our sincere gratitude and appreciation to all parties who have supported Science Tanah and supported the second ICOSATA. Finally, our best wishes to this conference. We hope this conference could bring beneficial and fruitful discussion and innovative finding regarding soil, agriculture, and environment in facing the critical challenges and threats for our sustainable resources. Ladies and gentlemen, have a precious moment and fruitful conference. God bless us. Thank you. To MC, please help us to invite the awardee.
Thank you for Professor Vita Ratri Cahyani. Please, you may remain on the stage. We would like to invite the awardee of a Science Tanah Award. For the first, we would like to invite Professor Susila Wati from ICFSA. Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Then we will invite Ms. Diah Retno Panuju, PhD from HITI. From HITI, yeah. Or ISSS, yeah. For the second awardee, we would like to invite Dr. Heri Widianto from Association of Soil Science Department in Indonesia, or APSITI. Moving to the next awardee, there will be the representative of April. Then we will be inviting the representative of HIMPO Indonesia. Please come forward, the representative of HIMPO Indonesia. After that, we will be inviting the representative of Crop Care Indonesia. Then we would like to invite Dr. Engineering Eko Hanudin, MP IPU Asian Engineering. We would like to invite Professor Dr. Engineering Jauhari Samsiah, MS. Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to invite Professor Dr. Engineering Mujio SPMP. And for the last, we would like to invite Mrs. Engineering Sri Hartati, MP. Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to our awardee.
Then we would like to invite Professor Dr. Engineering Suntoro, MS. We would like to invite Professor Dr. Engineering Sudadi, MP. And then we would like to invite Ms. Komaria STP MSc PhD to give the trophy for the awardee.
For the committee, you may give the token of gratitude to our awardee. Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. For the awardee, please remain on stage because we have so many prizes.
Yes, of course. We have so many prizes for the awardee.
Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to our awardee. Please remain on stage. Now we will deliver the token of the gratitude. For the honorable awardee, please remain on stage because we are having a photo session. The committee, please take a photo of this Science Tanah Award session. Okay, please give one round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to our awardee of Science Tanah Award. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we are moving to the next agenda, actually the last of this global session, we will be hearing some information and also a presentation that will be delivered by our honorable sponsors from HIMPO. So we would like to ask the representative of the HIMPO to please come forward to the podium to give the presentation. So without any further ado, please welcome the representative of the HIMPO Indonesia. And actually, the time is yours for the HIMPO.
Good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Cynthia, and I'm a representative of HIMPO Indonesia today. We are delighted to be here and grateful for the opportunity to participate in the second International Conference of Science Tanah. HIMPO, which stands for Himpunan Mitra Produsen Pupuk Organik, or Association of Organic Fertilizer Producers, is an organization comprising 130 members who operate factories across Indonesia. We have been entrusted with the responsibility of meeting the demand for granular organic fertilizer in Indonesia under the auspices of PT Pupuk Indonesia and its subsidiary PT Petrokimia Gresik. We are committed to being part of a global solution in safeguarding and maintaining the soil that is the foundation of life. We are very excited to participate in this conference, exchange experiences, and learn from soil science experts around the world. Thank you for this opportunity, and we look forward to further discussions with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you for the representative of the HIMPO. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the last but not least, we will announce you to the next agenda. There will be 3 agenda. The first is HIRI Talk Show. Then we will have ICFSA Journal Editor Meeting. And also we will have the ICOSATA Parallel Session.
For those who join HIRI Talk Show, you may remain here in this Emerald Ballroom. And then for those journal editor, please attend to the ICFSA meeting agenda that will be held in Red Sapphire Ballroom. And then for those who begin as a moderator and presenter of this evening online parallel session, please join to the Blue Ballroom. And then you are able to take your coffee break in your specific room. Thank you.
So our committee will guide you to the specific room. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, you are divided into 3 rooms, 3 kind of rooms. The first room is for the HIRI Talk Show that will be held in here. The next will be the ICFSA meeting. And the last is the ICOSATA Parallel Session. Our committee will guide you to the specific room.
Once again, you can take your coffee break into your specific room. For the verse is emerald green, and then red sapphire, and then blue sapphire. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last of our global session. As a master of ceremony, I am Muhammad Rizky Ramadan.
And I am Sofirindi Nurutami.
We are really grateful and we would like to say thank you for your participation in this global session. And see you in gala dinner that will be held
in
Loji Gandrung, Surakarta Mayor House.
Thank you.
Thank you. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.